That's 3 places that you can stay for absolutely free. 3 of them. You ain't got to play a doggone thing. Hear me. Understand that you can stay out my face for free. You can stay out my business for free. And you can stay out my way for free. Those things won't cost you a doggone thing. 3 places you can stay for absolutely free. Thank you.
Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Andrea, aka Bullhorn Betty here. Look what I found. It looks like a lot of people on YouTube. Right here. Right here. This is a real ass right here. Like many people on YouTube. All you need to do is show an asshole a little love. Right? Right? Tell him. What you need to do? What you need to do? Huh? What you need to do? Oh, too many assholes on YouTube. Say it. Say it with me, baby. Say there's just too many people. Too many people on YouTube that look like you, huh? So the next time you want to be an ass, maybe you should come out here and hang out with the ass. Just saying. You want to be a jackass? There's your brother. Peace out. Bullhorn Betty style.
See, I don't know about y'all, but like for real, I don't mind being talked about. My problem come in when they start making stuff up. So you can talk about me all you want. It is what it is. You know, it's either I did it or I didn't. I said it or I didn't. Whatever the case is, I don't care. I let whoever think whatever, feel whatever. That's on them. You know what I'm saying? But it's the making up part. It's the lying part. It's the adding on to part that always get me. I don't mind being talked about. It's when y'all start lying that bothers me.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Let me move back. There we go. Good morning, all. Popping in a little late here. It's actually, we're finally actually on time. First time in a really long time for the coffee club. So good morning. Happy Wednesday. I was about to say happy Tuesday, but it's Wednesday. Where is this week going? That's right. I'm supposed to go to my best friend's house and have dinner with my mama today. Mama Bullhorn. Let's hope I can get my ass out of bed, right? Oh, that's right. I already did it. Today, so Faith Lynn, good day to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday from the Bullhorn Betty clan to you. Hope you're doing well today. Happy birthday. David and Anna Lee, good morning, everyone. Been watching all these roaches. I know, it's crazy. And you know what's so funny is we're hearing all these people are calling. First of all, Brandy's not talking about us, as you can clearly imagine. We're not driving around her house. We're not taking pictures of her in her front yard, her being outside for 10 hours. That's not us. She is not referring to Dolly Vision or Bullhorn Betty. Okay, there are other people that she may, I don't know if they're YouTubers or other social media people or news people. I don't know who they are. I'm not there. I'm here in Florida. So call law enforcement, take all their resources, roaches, take every ounce of resources that law enforcement has and keep calling on Bullhorn Betty. Let them know I'm in Florida. But please, cockroaches, let them know I'm in Florida. And when I choose to go, I choose to go. And do you honestly think because I walk into a town, an officer is going to have handcuffs waiting for me? For the love of God, grow the hell up. You guys are flipping idiots. And then when you can't ask for more idiots, then it's like they get a dose of more stupidity and idiocracy, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever. You'll be 30 on the 12th. Well, hey, at least we got some young folks here, right? I mean, you guys are a little younger than me, so we got some young folks here. Usually, it's not the 30-somethings that I worry about. It's the 65 and above. They are just brutally, some of these people, if I knew my mom was doing some of the stuff that these older women, these grandmothers are doing, I would probably bend my mother over my knee and spank her little butt. I really probably would. I'm making a second cup. I'm on my second cup too, but my cup's a little bigger. And what does it say? It says, good morning, bitches. What? Thank you, Karen. I'm drinking. I miss you, by the way, Karen. I miss everybody in Savannah, Georgia. Got off the phone with Olivia last night. She's like, are we still going? I'm like, yeah, of course we're going. You know, her and I just haven't talked for a couple of days because many of you guys know I've been kind of, still recovering from Savannah, Georgia, which took a lot out of me. But then finding out all this information about Michael Vaughn just broke my heart. I have to be honest with you. My heart is like literally in 1,000 pieces for Brandy's family, for
The community, the community is being affected by this too. As I said, there are many people that live in that very community that grew up there and then raised their families there, that are very, advanced aged, they've literally have lived in this community several generations and never has ever had anything like this before. It's just, I've got an interview. I got to find it, and maybe I'll find it before we get off here today, and we'll play it. It's of a elderly gentleman that's lived in that area for literally ever, and nothing like this has ever happened in their community. Their community is safe. This is just insane. But again, we're finding out the people that are responsible are tenants. They're renters. I'm also hearing through the grapevine, it's possibility that this was Sarah's parents' house that they were renting. Just some really, and many of these other creators are showing Sarah's very weird TikTok posts, some of the things that her and Stacy have said. We watched the court appearance yesterday. We were kind of all like, huh? What's wrong with this lady? Is she on drugs? Is she sleeping? A lot of people don't realize when you're under arrest and you're going through the stresses of this kind of crime and, being picked and prodded all hours of the night. She's probably being pulled out of her jail cell several times, probably being able to sleep maybe 1 or 2 hours between the time she's being pulled out of her cell, either to be questioned or booked or a combination of them. But your body starts falling asleep. That's a telltale sign. Like, I don't know if you know this, but, there's a lot of people that will go in there and literally, while they're waiting for police, lay on the floor and start trying to fall asleep with all this chaos. It's because of the stress from the case. And it's usually indicative of somebody that's responsible. Most people that aren't responsible for crimes, they, can't go to sleep. People that have been caught and stuff like that, and everything starts crashing down on them, the high starts wearing off, because it's like almost an adrenaline high that they're going through, trying to think of all these lies. Think of how many months she's been, over a year she's been carrying all this stuff on her shoulders, whether she was had her hands in it or not. It's still now crashing in, and all of that energy is just wiped out. So it could be that she's just exhausted, and that it is possible. It happens. A lot of people are talking about Michelle After Dark and her disgust over the Idaho News. We don't know. First of all, people are condemning I think it's Eastern Idaho News or something like that for putting out some information that was that has a gag order on it. There was only one document and attachments to that document that were provided a gag order on, and that was the affidavit of probable cause. So, in the attachments to that affidavit of probable cause. Now, a couple of things could have happened. This Eastern Idaho News could have requested these documents through the normal course and received them through the normal course of business prior to the gag order being initiated. Therefore, they had the documents. It was in their possession in a lawful manner, and a judge ordered. I don't know the effects of that order on something that had already been previously distributed, if these actually came from the affidavit itself. There are a few different departments, so it's possible that they requested this information from a different department. They didn't have the order for the gag order yet. We don't know how they came across this information. We don't know if this information was truly ordered by the judge to be sealed. We don't know that. We're assuming that. We're assuming that because the affidavit of probable cause, we're assuming that these reports were added to that probable cause affidavit. Were they? They probably were. How did they get them? I don't know. I don't know how they got them. But I can tell you that I listened to Brandy's statement. Not one time did she ever allege Bullhorn Betty or Dolly Vision in any of those statements. Not one time. But these other channels are running with it as if she's talking to us. Now, mind you, I did meet with Brandy personally. I did go out there. I did post signs. I did post banners. We did search for Michael Monkey Vaughn in Fruitland, Idaho. Dolly Vision, as well as myself, did that. And, like I said, Brandy was terrified of meeting me when we first got there. I felt very bad for this family because, outside of people saying that their family was involved, there was no real connection proving that this family had anything to do with it. I was very confused and I wanted to be informed and I wanted to find out information. And I was sick and tired of taking other people's opinions and trying to make them my own without doing my due diligence. And that's what we did. We went out there and did our due diligence and found out conclusively that this family had nothing to do with the disappearance of their son. We talked to neighbors. We talked to people that didn't know this family that came from out of town to help this family when Michael disappeared, one being the drone operator. Another lady seeing Brandy desperately searching for Michael at the water hole. She actually thought she was looking for her dog, but said she couldn't believe how terrified and the look on her face. And man, she was really trying to find that dog. Well, the lady found out later that she was actually looking for her son. So we got firsthand account of Brandy and Tyler's behaviors when this was all going on. And that is key, because many people were alleging that this family wasn't frantic. They were just la-zi-da, that wasn't the case. Then just a few days ago, we start learning that a house is being looked at, and the yard's being dug up, and that there's substantial information, and our heart just started breaking to pieces because, one minute we're hopeful that we're going to see Michael again, that somebody has abducted him, and, with all the horrible things and the good things we could possibly think of, where he could be. Our thoughts were he was still here. And I can't imagine the news that Brandy has been getting over the last few days. I do know that she met with law enforcement, shortly after I released the video of her interview with me. And they told her at that moment that they were looking for remains. And that's according to some news articles that I've read. There were, the day that everybody was digging up, I know that people were sleuthing all over the place. I was in bed that day. I know that they were sleuthing because people were asking me questions, and I didn't know what was going on. So I didn't really respond to anyone. And, people were thinking that it was apparently this household is right next to a household that has 2 RSOs. Those are the registered offenders in this community, but there was 2 in one household, a husband and wife. So it was of my knowledge that a lot of people automatically assumed that it was this household for the RSO. Come to find out, it was their neighbors, these folks that were kind of flying under the radar for most people. I mean, a lot of people identified the Starkey house, but nobody really identified the neighbors. And if they did, it was only in passing, as they look at the neighbors around the RSO. It wasn't really that these folks were identified by really a whole lot. I mean, outside of the gun charges that they recently got, back in April, they weren't really on anybody's radar, in my opinion. They didn't have some weird past histories. I mean, their record didn't look too bad. I mean, it's not something that was, beaming up a whole bunch of red flags. But, now that news and law enforcement came out with the address of the home, everybody was thinking it was 1100. And then somebody released in the news that it was 1102 Red Wing Street. And we're like, 1102, who the heck are these people? And people started sleuthing and finding out it's the Wandras. Shortly after that, news reported that Sarah Wandra was taken down to headquarters. So that was all happening on the 12th, I believe. And I was, I stayed in bed on the 13th. I really didn't do a whole lot that day. I was supposed to be working on videos and I didn't even do that. I just needed to give myself a break. So I get up the 14th, I'm getting a call saying, hey, you need to call and find out what she was officially charged with. There's something that doesn't smell right with this. And I call down there and everything just kind of blows up from that point as to what happened. I wasn't expecting to hear that coming out of that officer's mouth. I can guarantee that. I about fell over when I heard the charges. And, naturally, I thought law enforcement had informed the family of this neighbor that has now been officially charged. I mean, we heard in court them specifically reference Michael Vaughn. How can a family not know that a person has been arrested in their son's case and have no knowledge of that by law enforcement? If that truly did happen that way, that was a total failure on law enforcement, because this lady was literally going to be arraigned for Michael Monkey Vaughn's death, the failure to report the death, literally 2 hours later. As I was breaking the news about this revelation of the charges, I think it was like 10 or 15 minutes after I started my live, the news was actually breaking this story as well. So it's just very sad to me that Brandy would have found out, without a doubt, from somebody other than law enforcement, with having a victim's advocate there or counselor there for her as they're telling her this. This was not how she should have ever found out information related to her son's case, period. I don't know where the ball got dropped in law enforcement. I can tell you that law enforcement is doing a damn good job out there. They get an A+ from Bullhorn Betty. I have to be honest with you. Even with them dropping the ball on notifying Brandy of this arrest, I still believe that law enforcement is doing everything they possibly can. And this is to take note. Police Chief J.D. Huff has done an excellent job in involving the community, maintaining the integrity of this investigation without being disrespectful to people, and including people, and being as transparent as he possibly can. He had all the right factors in dealing with this case, all the right factors. You very rarely hear that here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. And like I say, law enforcement, I expect to make mistakes because they're human. And when I bring those mistakes up, it's not to batter law enforcement in most cases. Some of them is just so disgusting that, yeah, it's there to make a point. But the point I try to make with that is letting people know, quit thinking that our law enforcement are superheroes. They're not. They're human. They make mistakes. It's just one of those things. So awesome. Glad to see so many people chatting this morning. Yes. Carissa, thank you. Thank you for being here. Heather, Susie, nice to see you. Courtney, Peas in Pod D. Jara, family vibes. Nice to see you. Good morning, family. Justice for All is in chat. Hello, my friend. I tell you, him and I have been on the phone for a little bit, and I think with all the drama going on, I always go back to how I was taught, and it's like whenever you deal with all this shit, excuse my language, I'm trying to work on the language, guys, because I went a month out there in Savannah, Georgia, and my mouth became a potty mouth, and I'm trying to correct the potty mouth before I break myself for putting money in the cuss jar, right? So, except I'm allowed to say good morning, bitches, without penalty. I'm allowed to do that because it's on the mug. It's on the mug, right? So anyways, but it's all about just refocusing and sticking to the case and sticking and blocking out all the noise. We have to understand that poor Brandy is not even just under attack, with trying to find out this information. She's being under attack from crazy YouTubers that are stalking her. And trust me, those YouTubers that are stalking her are not Bullhorn Betty, and they are not Dolly Vision. And whoever is doing this to this poor lady needs to stop. And I'm so sick and tired of hearing other creators that worked with me on this case bashing me and acting like that they've done something for me when they have never done a damn thing for me in their life. So, there was a few people that were invited out to Idaho. 2 people showed up. End of subject. Nobody did anything for me. You know how I got out there? I got out there because of the coffee clubbers and because of my own bank account. That's how we got out there. And I have to be honest, Dolly helped out a lot as well. So, it's nobody did anything for me or for this case other than Dolly and myself, and the coffee club and the turtles. Those are the people that sponsored this trip. Those are the people that paid for signs, that paid, or not signs, but paid for the banners, that paid for, the rentals, that paid for our rooms. But yeah, I don't care what other creators said that if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have been out there. No, that's not true because I went out there. So let's make sure that you're factual in your statements, please. But I do believe that, we just need to stay focused on this case. This is a high profile case. This is something that the family's going to have to understand. This is something that their representatives are going to have to understand. This is, now that names are out there, and it's not me. I mean, it's everybody. It's everybody on YouTube. It's even your favorite creators like Michelle Walks, Michelle After Dark, whatever she goes on, does. She tears these cases apart too. So the idea that nobody's going to be looking into this case and nobody's going to be looking into these people and nobody's going to be curious and nobody's going to reach out to them. There are literally, from mainstream media to social media to everything in between is going to be tearing this case apart because it is a high profile case. And that is what we do. We now take the facts that we have and we speculate on them. And this is the part where I truly believe that Brandy should not be on here, because this has got to be some of the worst stuff you could possibly hear at the worst time of your life. And, at the end of the day, YouTube will continue to go on, whether it hurts Brandy or not. It's not our intention to hurt, even like I'm sure Purple wasn't her intention to hurt, but she did. And then she tried to blame me for it. And that was totally disgusting because we all watched what happened. And what happened was she didn't learn it from Bullhorn Betty. What they did is they clipped Bullhorn Betty and played Bullhorn Betty for her to have a meltdown on their show so they could capture that emotion. And that is disgusting. This is a woman that is suffering from something you can't even imagine, and you call her your friend. That was a low blow, in my opinion. Low blow. And you can't take that back. And no matter how much you point my way, Bullhorn Betty didn't do that. And everybody on the internet knows that. They can try to spin it any way they want to, but at the end of the day, Purple did this to herself. She hurt Brandy intentionally for the effect on her own channel, for the clicks and the views. Let's be honest. Because if she was a respectable friend, she would have picked up the phone and called her privately to ask her about that, not tramp her up on her panel and get that raw emotion. Who does that? Who calls you their friend and does that to you? Who? And again, Brandy's a big girl. She, I would just say pick better friends, but hey, that's not my decision. Thank you, Illusions. I appreciate it. Thank you for becoming the newest member on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Sweetie Pie, nice to see you guys. Chadwell, good to see you. I'm starting to see some faces I haven't seen in a while. Texaholic, nice to... Golly, these hiccups are killing me. Sherry, Black Magic, Karen Davis, nice to see you. Sharon Perez. I'm not going to lie. I first heard a song. It drove me nuts. Now it's always on in my head. The whole family sings it through the house when it comes on. I know, and I've tried to change it, but I love that song because it has so much. It has so much into the song. It's not just about just the song. It's about what the lyrics imply in that song. That I love that song so much because it really is talking about just I don't know. It just kind of hits home for me. Does anyone
else's kids sing that song at the top of their lungs when you're live. Apparently everybody in the universe that has children and their parents watch the Bullhorn Betty channel, their children are up bebopping to Bullhorn Betty's It's Going to Be a Good Day. Hey, but at least they're bebopping to it, right? If they're singing and they're popping around, they're not complaining. Okay, so Bullhorn Betty helps families across the country with the music lyrics on the show. That's cute. That's cute. It's gonna be a good day. Apparently, you guys like that song, so we'll keep it. We'll keep it, right? Jackasses everywhere. Oh, I must just be getting to the people getting through the intro because I am at 7:17, so I'm about 30 minutes behind in the chat. So for those, if you guys have talked to me and you're like, oh, she's not listening to me, it's because I'm 30 minutes behind in chat. Yes, it does happen. 30 minutes behind in chat. Good morning, all. Dee, Tara, Maria, nice to see you. Ruby Joy, Lana Ramirez, nice to see you. Princess Megan, Elsa, nice to see you. Ashley, Courtney, I know there's a lot of other people, so just a big blanket good morning to all of you. And you, Blue Velvet, the reason I got you, because I thought I was about to say Black Velvet. If anybody's heard that song, Black Velvet, that's one of my favorite songs. One of my favorite songs. Thank you, I see you. Nice to see you here this morning as well. Who else do we have in here? Jenny, nice to see you. PM50, BHB, need a PO box. Where can I send you a wish list item and more helpful things? You can send it to my home. Everybody has doxed my address, and it at this point doesn't matter. I got freaking crazy people that I got to go put restraining orders on driving by my house. So it's 5822 2nd Street West, Bradenton, Florida 34207. And with that, guys, if I will tell you that for all those people that are out of towners, this is a stand your ground state. I really wouldn't be monkey effing around my house while I'm here. If you guys wanted to fly drones and check out my roof, but by all means, do it another day. I wouldn't be messing around my house, is all I'm saying. We got a cop that lives next door to me. We got a crazy retiree that has a shotgun by his front door. And then you got crazy ass Bullhorn Betty inside this house. I don't know if you want to be over here monkey fucking around. Just saying. But that's my address. Send me what you wish. Good morning. Good morning. Who else? Trying to get through here. I am sorry, on my phone can't keep up with all who say hello. So Justice is saying hello to everyone. Big blanket, hello. He's on his little ass phone. He's blind as hell, and he can't see all your comments. So he's just saying, hello. No, do we have another birthday in here? Late birthday, Kayla. Good morning, happy birthday. I call them post-menopause squad, PMS for short. There you go. Keeping it real. Keeping it real on the Bullhorn Betty channel, right? We can't be sparing folks up in here. Just can't be sparing folks up in here. So let's see what we got. Now I'm 60 something. I'm nicer, I swear. I hope so. Some of these people get meaner with age. I don't know. You know, I'm like, yeah, I'm one of those people that, you know, like a good bottle of wine, right? And one of the things is wine gets sweeter with age. It's supposed to. That's the process in life. You're supposed to be an a-hole when you're younger and sweet as pie and grandma when you get older. What is going on with some of you ladies out there? What is going on? Vicky Pate, another one. Just you know, she's an older lady that just angry and nasty. She's just nasty. Like she just can't help. Like she wakes up in the morning, she's like, oh, what's gonna piss me off today? Oh, everything. Let me write about it. I noticed that people that are angry all the time stay angry all the time. Have you noticed that? Like they people that just have that, I don't know, just like the chip on their shoulder. It's like even when they have an opportunity to shake the chip, they don't want to. It's like that's their identity, constantly walking around with a chip on your shoulder. That's a horrible way to live. It's a horrible way to live. Thank you, Maria, for being one of the newest members to the coffee club. We are a crazy bunch around here. I got to be honest. We're crazy. We get way too involved in these cases. We get emotionally involved in cases. We talk about cases. We cry about cases, and we learn more and more and more as much as we can about cases. And when the shoe fits, we deploy different strategies, go out there and get information that we are entitled to. We don't cross the line with trying to get information. If we're entitled to it, we will go out and get it. Some people agree with that strategy. Some people don't. Tomato, tomato. Can't please everyone. Can't please everyone in this world. So what do? I please myself. And hopefully by pleasing myself and doing the right thing, I'm representing this community very, very well. We'll see. I'm still human. I still make mistakes. But at the end of the day, if it comes from a place of love, it does. Good morning, House of Williams. Good morning, Mallory. Nice to see you, babe. Nice to see you. I'm actually on time, right? We actually have a coffee club going on in the morning. Yay. Yay. Ellie was on their way to tell Brandy anyways. They should have told her when the arrest was made. I'm sorry. That is just, when you arrest somebody, that notification should have immediately been made. Again, even if even if Purple didn't grab this and show it to her to have her completely break down on her thing, which I thought was disgusting. And I will continue to say that because at the end of the day, it was her that did this to Brandy, not Bullhorn Betty. She wasn't even watching the Bullhorn Betty channel. That's something her friends did to her intentionally, and shame on them for that. But it shouldn't have gotten to that point, because at the end of the day, this was public information. There was no possibility that they could have hid this charge and hid this person. There was just there was too much out there that their local media had presented to everybody and had told everybody that you're not going to be able to arrest this lady, this specific lady, the Wandra, anybody associated with the Wandras, without people reaching out to find out about it. It just was not going to happen. So again, out of everything, this was probably the most emotional ball that could have been dropped in this case, but I'd rather an emotional ball be dropped in a case than one that could tank a case. So far, a lot of the stuff that's going out, do I feel that people, I don't know what other people are doing. So, there may be some, I have to think that there is some stuff with Brandy that is, accurate, people that are there. There are some people, I didn't know this, but there are already some people that are in Idaho. Those people are the ones that Brandy is referring to. Apparently there's a lot of people going past her house. I'm pretty sure it's her community. And I'm pretty sure that they're driving through just out of curiosity. And either way that is, still, it's got to be very difficult to be the figure of what people want to see. And I can't imagine that, especially when you're dealing with something, one of the worst possible news that you could possibly ever get is that your child may not be making it back home. I didn't make her lose hope, in things of that nature. Anybody that withheld this information from Brandy, shame on them for that, because giving a person false hope is horrible. In my opinion, again, just my opinion. But again, there's no creator out there that caused this scenario. This is a child that got out in a safe community that should have returned home in his safe community that never returned home again. Nobody did that to this family except the culprits that did this. And it's sad and it's unfortunate. It breaks my heart that I'm looking at these two people inside this home, and the thoughts that stain my brain are just horrible. And it keeps me up at night thinking of what Michael might have went through. And I just hope that they took care of him, but what was this? What was this? This is some two crazy looking people in this community that are now behind bars. And it sickens my stomach. It sickens my stomach what this poor boy went through. And again, they still haven't found him. So there's still, hope that this is just a crazy family. But apparently, yesterday, I believe it was on Justice for All, you know, he had that statement where it stated, I don't know what news article, it was the one that he had circled in the big red thing. And it basically said that Stacy is the one that provided some information that they got the warrant for that house on. So it sounds to me, with whatever's going on, that Stacy is singing like a bird in jail. I don't know if that's true or not. That's what's on the rumors. That's what's being alleged in some newspaper articles. You know, at least what we do know is that he has at least talked about something. Let's just say it like that. That's definitely, it is about as 100% factual as I can get, is that he's talked about something. What that something is not something we will have, you know, I guess, access to. But right now, everything in this case is, you know, outside of stuff that they're using for their actual specific investigation into this case, is still obtainable by the public and by media. The only things that aren't, that have a gag order on them right now, is the probable cause affidavit and the investigative reports that are attached to that affidavit. And that's the way I heard it. And we'll hear it again. We'll hear it again. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up and play this here. And this is being used as fair use. Obviously, there was only one. How the whole court thing works in these cases is they only allow one news crew or recording crew and photographer in there that have permission to use, that have permission to record and take photography in the courts. And anybody that is a media relations person can request that information, because they have to give that to them, because they are the ones that were approved to record that. Not that they have carte blanche to the recording. It's just an effort to keep all the news, you know, cameras and stuff out of the courtroom, so there's not 1,000 of them there. They assign it to one person, and everybody else is supplied that video. So this is no different. This is definitely covered under fair use due to the nature of how Channel 7 was able to get this. So we're going to go ahead and play this right now for you. I'm going to go ahead and stop it, and we're going to commentate on it, because again, it is related to this case, and it is something that I kind of want to, I don't know, talk about a little more, because there were some weird oddities here. And I think one of them that we all noticed right off the bat is she calls herself Stacy Wandra instead of Sarah Wandra. And he's like, Stacy? Like, the judge is like, Stacy. And she's like, oh, Sarah Wandra. And you can barely, like, she's very almost inaudible in some of these. And that's why I think that she's showing all the indicators that, yes, this did happen. And yes, that she is responsible. And a lot of that is from the body language, primarily from here, and how exhausted she appears, and how, I don't know if she's on heavy medication in there, like many people think she is. She'd have to be under doctor supervision. And I don't know if they would have had her seen by a doctor that soon after she arrived at the jail. Maybe it's possible. But typically you're seen by the physician there within the first 24 hours of getting into jail. At least that's how it is here in Florida. Make sure you don't have any medical issues, because when you're in the custody of the law enforcement body, they are responsible for you 100%, including your medical costs. That's why we built a medical wing for our police department, because taking him up to the hospital was nickeling and diming this county to death, as opposed to having a medical wing at the jail facility, which is a lot of money up front. But at the end, it's supposed to save us a boatload of money, because the detox of some of these addicts are very expensive. They're very expensive to have done in a hospital. And trust me, our county does not get a break. So Good morning, my friends. Why didn't you make sure? I guess I'm walking in on a conversation with Paula W. I don't know what you're talking or you're referring to. She said they wanted to protect her, so they so didn't tell. Protect her from what? Giving her false hope? Whose job is it to protect Brandy and her family? At the end of the day, this is not about somebody's feelings. Law enforcement has a duty. This is not up to her friends whether to tell her. The bottom line is this was going to be breaking on the news literally 10 minutes after me coming online. 10 minutes. She was about to find out. This is not how any mother should ever find out anything. I mean, I know you're not, you're just the messenger here. I get what you're saying, but what? How do you let a woman turn on her freaking news and be devastated by the news she's about to hear? And law enforcement had this lady in jail since November 12th. This didn't break until November 14th, 48 hours later. That was totally unfair to Brandy. And I'm sure law enforcement sees the error of their ways. But at the end of the day, this is a high-profile case. A high-profile case. People are literally tearing this case. You guys see me. I'm on here. I'm live. I'm not tearing this case apart. I'm not diving into this. But there are literally thousands of people across this world right now or more that are taking a deep dive and sleuthing literally everything related to this case. And that's what this high profile stuff means. That they should have been aware. They should have known that Brandy was going to find out, and they should have been the one that told her, because not only does law enforcement have the duty of telling her, she needed to have a counselor, somebody there with her when she found out the news to help her through it. This is not news that any mother should have to listen to and take without having somebody that is educated in how to deal with this next to her. This was totally, wholly unfair to Brandy, period. No matter how you look at it, this was totally and wholly unfair to her and how she found out. What does her charge mean? How did they come up with that charge? Robert's girl, great question. We don't have that information. Now, I can speculate on why they came up with that charge. I think they speculate. This is my speculation, and this is based on some information that I found online. Primarily, Justice for All had his live. If you guys haven't seen it, go back and check it out. It was the one from yesterday. And he puts up a news article, and I can't remember exactly verbatim what it said, but it did say something. Where is your question, Robert's girl? It did say something to the effect of Stacy had told the police something about him being over by the shed. And then apparently while Sarah was there at the house when they issued the warrant, I heard. Now, again, this is just speculative in nature. This is not anything that I know for a fact, because I don't. I know as much as factual wise, we know as much as everybody else. But apparently there were some statements that Sarah actually made, from my understanding, there. And I think that has to do partly with what was leaked from the Idaho News, the Eastern Idaho News, about some of the statements that she made. And I think one of those was that God told her that her husband buried him over there. We know that God didn't tell her that. We know that she probably knew where that was, because she was either a witness or she was a participant, But there were some statements made that I think were leaked from the Eastern Idaho News. And if that's the case, and then she may have been arrested on based upon her own statements. Based upon her own statements, she may have been arrested with that charge. So again, that's just speculative in nature. That's not to be taken as fact or truth, because I'm just taking some information that I received and giving an opinion on it. It doesn't mean that that opinion is accurate or correct. That's just, what I'm assuming. I'm going to put you on my TV while I clean and cook breakfast. Pippi Longstockings, I could use some bacon, eggs. I like my eggs over easy. 1 piece of toast buttered. And if you like grits or potatoes, I'll take either or. I'll take mine made to order. When you get done, just hand it to me through the screen and I'll eat breakfast with you. I'm so sorry, girl. Sending you hugs and good thoughts. Thank you. Ellie must have known Brandy would be sitting by the phone waiting for the news about her son. Shame on them for not letting her know straight. That's it. And again, I know law enforcement has their hands full. They're dealing with this whole excavation. They're dealing with probably a lot of moving parts that we don't even know about going on behind the scenes. Not that she, was the last thought of their mind. It's just they have some more pressing thoughts. I just think it was a ball that got dropped. Maybe somebody thought somebody else had done it. And it was one of those things where they're like, oh, crap, you didn't do it. No, you didn't do it. Oh, shit. One of those things. It could very well have been that. But again, I don't want to put blame on law enforcement. I mean, trust me, it's very hard to get a good rating with the Bullhorn Betty channel in these cases. So I know that they're working their butts off. They've been working their butts off on this thing. I mean, like I said, the JD Huff really is spot on with how he conducted himself throughout this investigation period. Is there going to be some mistakes? This was a pretty big mistake for them to make by not notifying Brandy. But if this is the worst mistake that we have to deal with, then we're still doing pretty good in the grand scheme of things. So, on the investigative realm and aspect of this case, I just my opinion. Are there new charges in the Vaughn case? Not any new charges that I know of. I mean, Pale, to be honest with you, I anticipate more charges being added, as you can imagine. If they, locate Michael, I believe there's going to be a lot more charges coming down. But people are already starting to speculate that these people, may have hit this boy and stuff like that. I'm sorry, folks. I don't believe an auto accident happened with this boy at all. Let me just be very, very frank and very clear on my position and my opinion about this matter. I do not believe that this child got hit by a car and thrown in the back of the car. And no, I do not believe there. There was no evidence of this child being hit by a car. A child being hit by a car, you're going to have a splatter of blood. That splatter of blood would have been found by those dogs immediately. I don't believe that. Now, granted, I have been wrong. Good Lord. No, everybody knows I'm human, right? But I do not believe that. I believe something more nefarious happened. I really do. I believe something more nefarious has happened. I don't know to what extent. I don't know if it's playing house or it was something more grotesque. I don't know. I really don't. All I can tell you is that, do I feel that this was an accident? No, I do not feel that way. I do not feel that way at all. If this was an accident, I think that the family or these people would have called law enforcement. And people are like, well, they were charged with drug paraphernalia. You're right. And a lot of people on drugs, have to call law enforcement every single day. But I just, in my heart and in my mind, looking at these people, looking at how godly they are, looking at this disgusting, these two people that are disgusting to me, that are actually disgusting to me inside and out. I feel something worse happened. And I don't like, and again, just my opinion. And the thought of it sickens me. It does. Michelle After Dark, awesome information on the truth and facts about what happened. Not your fault. Only blame is law, bottom line. Yeah. I see everyone I do. I'm trying to type out here the best I can, but my eyes are still fuzzy from not being completely Woke up, House of Williams. This is the coffee club. Where the hell is your coffee? Listen. Listen, Mallory. Let me tell you how you do this thing. This is how you do the morning thing. You'll wake up, you splash water on your face, and you immediately stop everything you are doing. You go into the kitchen because the very most important meal of the day, and I don't care what any nutritionist says across the streets of YouTube, the first meal of the day, the most important meal of any adult's day is coffee. It's not breakfast. I don't care what the professionals say to you. I don't care. They have been lying to you guys for years. The most important meal of every day is coffee. Okay? If you're feeling sluggish, it's because you didn't have your coffee. You're not getting up on time. You might have had your coffee a little too late at night. Okay? There's fixes. We can fix this. But the most important meal of the day will always, forever be coffee. Jenny 78 says Brandy's friends should have told her privately offline when they found out, not play it on. Yeah, that was heartless. I haven't said anything about the people, and other creators. I don't really get into the whole bashing of other creators. Many of you guys know when I have had it. Yeah, do I come out? But this is my house. I'm allowed to. But I always try to stay focused on these cases. I try to tamper down the noise. I try to use, professional integrity and things I do. When things are confidential to me, they stay confidential. I do not share that information. I do not use confidential information to derive any of my stories from. I use, hard work, leg work, but never, and it's one of those things. Had I had her number and I knew she didn't know this, I would have called her and told her. I'm not buddy with Brandy like that. Many of you guys know that I always keep an arm's length away from these types of cases when I'm dealing with this, because I don't want to be overly emotional, because at the end of the day, I have a job to do and I do my job well. I don't lie to the people. So even the people that I'm talking to, you know where I stand. Do I think you're a witness? Do I think you're a potential suspect? Do I think you're a person of interest? Those people know before I interview them how I feel about them. I try to keep integrity, and I try to keep a moral compass. There are things that drag me and make me frustrated. And when you're frustrated, you do some stuff that you probably shouldn't be doing. In this case, I have maintained utmost integrity of this case. I would have never, ever, ever done that to any victim, ever. That was heartless, and I don't think they realized what they have done. And I don't think to the tune that Brandy even realizes what they did to her. And it's sad, but it's not my monkey. It's not my circus. If that's what she chooses to be around, and she chooses to be showboated like that, she's a grown-ass adult. Nothing I can do. All I can do is tell the story of her son. To me, it's sad that many other channels want to blame you. You didn't do nothing. They're going to blame me. Listen, there's another creator that did something to another creator on here. And although I have associations with a particular creator, I was blamed for that too. Literally had no idea this was going on, had nothing to do with it. But no matter what it is, it will always be Bullhorn Betty's fault. It will always be my fault. Why? Because these people have been working on their channels for years. And they are butthurt that this stupid YouTuber named Bullhorn Betty develops a channel and has crossed over every single one of their records tenfold. And they can't stand it. And they can't understand it. And they're, how can people even listen to that horrible grifter? I'm not a grifter. That's why I work for my money, right? The donations I receive for these cases go to these cases. I'm not a rich person. I'm not a rich person. You know why I can't be a rich person? Because I spend way too much money on these cases. I would love to be able to collect a paycheck from Google AdSense and have nothing to spend it on but myself like these other creators do. I would love that. But that's not the type of creator I am. The type of creator I am causes me to break the bank account on every single case. And that's something they can never, ever say. So if they want to blame me for everything, let them blame me for everything. Every time they blame me, think of it like this. Every time they blame me, I'm doing good, right? Because I'm doing so good that they have to blame me for crap that I didn't even do just to smear my name because I'm doing such good work and they can't stand it. They can participate, but they won't because they're too greedy. That's what it comes down to. The reason why they don't leave their house, the reason why they don't buy plane tickets is because they're doing exactly what they're accusing me of doing. But there are a lot of people that are getting wise to that. I mean, you can only beat up people for so long and have the same arguments, right? It's like, can you come up with something new besides grifter and picking the bones off and tragedy pimps and all this other stuff? Like, it's getting boring. You guys can't come up with any other creative words than that. Like every other week, we're coming up with new and creative words about the Sob Squad. Like we're calling them cockroaches, Sob Squad. I mean, the Antichrist, you know, I mean, like we change our names for you quite often to keep it lively for our audience. I mean, you guys just still peddle the same nonsense and the same crap over and over again. Oh my God. Oh, Betty was arrested. You know what? They're looking into me still, like after a year. And you know what they found out? This is what they found out. They found out that everything I've said has been true. Like, I'm watching them eat their words. I'm watching that crazy Sue's lady, right? And she's like, oh, that's another one she squeezed out of. It's like, no, I didn't squeeze out of another charge, lady. It was a false charge. It was under a lie. And I went to court and was found not guilty. Or in some cases, the state said, this is a lie. We can't prosecute her on this, and have dropped it all on their own. Either way, an arrest is just an arrest. If you do not have the probable cause or the evidence to take it, like everybody's talking about, right? Innocent until proven guilty, except when it comes to Bullhorn Betty. Except when it comes to Bullhorn Betty. Right? Then I'm guilty even when I'm found innocent. That's what they try to shovel down people's throat. Like, but at the end of the day, nobody cares. You know why? Because they've been hearing the same garbage for a year again. Oh, it's like, man, you guys are getting boring over there. Come up with some new stuff, please. Oh, you can't because that's right. I forgot. You guys can't come up with new stuff because all you guys can do is find stuff that happened 10 and 20 years ago. I forgot I haven't been in trouble in a while. I forget about that. So they'll never be able to come up with new stuff. Why? Because there's no new stuff to come up with. That's probably why they watch this channel so intensely. By the way, for all the haters that watch every single word I say, thank you for supporting my channel financially. Because I tell you, without you, I don't know if my replays would be doing so well. Just saying. Thank you. It took a while for people to finally get to know me, but now that they've seen me for a while, they know I'm not a bad person. Definitely not the most dangerous person on YouTube, right? Hey, what is it? Arkansas White Dove. Nice to see you. Big ass giant kisses to your son, Lee, mom. Okay, House of Williams is throwing out kisses. She's throwing out kisses to everybody but Bullhorn Betty. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. No kisses from House of Williams to Bullhorn Betty. I cry. Listen, people. I think I deserve a peck on my cheek from House of Williams. I'm sorry. Let's see, Mindy, I can't join. I've tried. Says not available in my country. Oh, May, don't worry about it. Just watch the videos. Watch my my advertisements. That always helps. Other creators are sitting on their asses making that dirty money. You make yours honest and get out there and make a difference. Yes. And I actually, there's every community I've gone into, people have thanked me for being there. in their communities, right? Thank you for being in my communities. You know who has it? People that have to come out of town to tell me they don't like me in the community, even though they're not even from that community, right? But most of the people inside the community that live there every day walk up and say thank you. I saw Billy Joe is wanting to contact Brandy and team up with her. Oh, Brandy is not teaming up with a piece of shit like Billy Jaw. Are you freaking kidding me? Brandy is nothing like that piece of shit woman. I think Brandy, like Billy wants to, are you effing kidding me? That woman is responsible for the death of her grandson. There ain't no way in hell, Brandy. I mean, I could be wrong, but I would probably, I don't know what I would do, but that would be horrible. That would be horrible. I don't see a mother that had her son stolen from her working with a woman that could care less about her grandson. I don't see that happening. I mean, stranger things have happened. I just truly, I've met Brandy. And she does not seem like she would be interested in that at all. If she heard the facts of the case, and if she's been watching this channel, she definitely knows the facts of the case. And she knows damn well I never rolled up on her house like that, but I damn sure rolled up on Billy Joe's house like that. And I'm sure she will take that into consideration, because I have a great batting average on here on YouTube, a great batting average. A hell of a lot more better batting average than my counterparts, right? The ones that like to protect baby killers and shit, like Billy Joe. I think shit should only be like 50 cents, guys. I don't know. Everybody, you know, put a 1 in the chat if you think the SH word should only be 50 cents. I shouldn't have to pay $5 for saying shit like I do dropping an F-bomb, right? I should have to pay. If I drop an F-bomb or a C-bomb, you know, the C-U, yeah. If I drop an F-bomb or the C word, I should have to pay at least $5. I really believe that that's fair. But I think like HE double hockey sticks and, you know, SH it, you know, I think those should only be 50 cents. Damn is in the Bible. I think it should only be 25 cents. GD should be $10. GD should be $10. If one of my kids went missing, I'd beg for this kind of coverage to help people who want to. Yes, whatever it take, as long as it got me answers and justice for my child. Yes, and you know what? Brandy was willing to meet with anybody that was really there for her. And even these people, like even the people that are driving. She's not saying, you know, you can't come there. I listened to what she said. Everybody's tearing making Brandy's words say stuff that she's not saying. And it's got to probably be frustrating for this woman. And they're actually, you know, hurting this lady by putting words in her mouth that she's not saying. And it's very frustrating. But, you know, it's all about the clickbait as opposed to actually having the legitimate facts to the story. What she's saying is if you're there to harass the family, don't come and quit harassing the family. If you're there out of love, it doesn't seem like she has a problem with people being there to support Michael. She doesn't want people following her around. She doesn't want people capitalizing on her pain. I mean, we already have a whole group called Purple that's doing that plenty enough, capitalizing on that woman's pain and exploiting that, as a matter of fact. That's how I truly, truly believe. That's why I don't prance her up on this channel. I never have. I gave her a private interview. She's a victim. Her child has been taken from her. And she's finding out this week that, you know, hope is diminishing for her. What they did, I will never. I hope Brandy opens her eyes and realizes what those ladies did to her. And that was just wholly unfair. But again, that's on her. If one of my kids went missing, okay, I've already read that. Yes, absolutely. And she has met with everybody. I mean, Brandy really is a sweet soul and did not deserve this. She didn't deserve this. Well, there's always the replay. Don't forget about that. Good morning, Brandy221. Good morning. Good morning. You did nothing wrong. You broke public news. Yeah, that's it. And you know what? And I tossed with it. as to whether to take it down or not. And I opted to keep it up. And here's why, because I did nothing wrong. If I had done something wrong, if I had done the inappropriate thing, if I used private information, private intel, you know, had I violated somebody's trust to bring this to the public, yeah, that'd be one thing. But I didn't do any of that. This was a story that was breaking. We cover breaking news. We cover breaking news on true crime. And this is a high profile case. And we broke the news only 10 minutes before mainstream media did. Had I waited 10 more minutes, you know, they would have broke it and none of this would have happened, but that's not the case. I rolled with a story that I was just finding out. It was literally breaking as I was going live. It wasn't here before. It was literally breaking as we were going live. I was just finding out the information, literally just found the information out 5 minutes before we went live. So I prayed over it. I thought about it. And you know, if I had done something wrong, I would have taken it down. And that's where my journalistic integrity comes from, because I didn't do anything wrong. And it's unfortunate, but it's staying up because that's hard work that we worked to uncover some information. You know, again, the family should have been notified before this lady, or while this lady was in custody. They should have never had to find out by the news, social media, or mainstream media. And it's wholly sad the way they found out. Again, it didn't come from the Bullhorn Betty channel. It came from her friends that threw her up on a live panel and played Bullhorn Betty. She wasn't even watching this channel. So that is, and they have plastered her face crying and breaking down all over the internet and blamed me for it. No, Purple did that to her. Let's put the blame where the blame is due. And it's unfortunate, but after praying over it, I believe that I'm right in this, and it is what it is. Thank you for the super chat. She didn't listen to the clip before she went live with it. Yeah, I don't know who you're referring to, if it was her or not. Seems odd where Ellie has been so exacting with everything released, not to release that they missed the step of informing Brandy. Yeah, Julia T. Yeah, it is a little odd that did happen, but you know, I think when law enforcement came to her, I think they misunderstood, or she may have misunderstood what they were telling her. I think that when they went to her that day before and told her they were looking for remains, I think they considered that them informing her of what was going to be transpiring. Maybe when she heard that, she wasn't listening to anything else that they had said. They may have informed her right then and there that they were going to be charging this lady. We don't know. We don't know, but she definitely appeared to be in shock when she found out that there was somebody arrested. It sounded like she didn't even know that this lady was arrested. That's a problem for me a little bit, you know, it's a problem for me. But every creator out there has picked up the phone and reached out to law enforcement to acquire information through the proper channels. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's what I did. So I don't know where the disconnect was, but again, we're not going to continue to beat a dead horse with this. It's just unfortunate. She should have been notified. She should have been notified literally days before this was released. This was not something new to law enforcement. They knew they arrested this lady on the 12th. They knew they charged her on the 13th, and they knew she was going for her first appearance on the 14th. They should have let Brandy know. This is not something that I don't know how something like this happens, but again, if this is the worst thing that's going to happen in this case, we're still doing pretty damn good. It was a notification error. It wasn't like they fumbled evidence. You know what I'm saying? So if you're looking at the huge picture, in my opinion, if you're looking at the whole entire picture, yes, this was a very uncomfortable situation. This was probably a lesson learned by law enforcement. And at the end of the day, you know, this is a high profile case that's going to get national attention. And, we're part of that. I would want my kids to sing, "You did what any journalist would have done." Yeah. Jessica Lynn, it's another creator on here that has been, supposedly helping. I call it grooming. It's when you go into a family and you become friends with them. They've never met you before, and you just, buddy with them. You see it on like Share and stuff like that. You buddy with them, and then you basically prance them around on your panel like a show pony for profit. So it's basically that they're the ones that these victims' families go to talk, but they talk online so people can hear what's going on in their life, and they just basically groom them and pimp them out. That's what they do. That's what they're known to do. That's what they're taught to do. I was taught totally different. I was taught you don't have to do that. When you drive a good story, the audience will be there, and so will the people that want to hear about it and the people involved. It's very rare that I look up people's phone numbers that I pull, record, requests and stuff like that. I do records requests and in different counties for, potential suspects and stuff like that. But again, it's public record. They can't keep that information from me. Some states enact, you have to be a state resident, but we're on YouTube. We can literally ask anybody out there because I've got people in all 50 states and in countries, that can get us information and request information and get it back to us. So we all want to know who Purple is. She is another creator. I think that I've answered that, but I realized that you wrote that after somebody else did. Bullhorn Betty. If you get bored on the toilet today, look up my Instagram. Finally added some stuff to my YouTube that bored on the toilet today. I'm starting to think that maybe you got free membership. I don't know. Maybe you made some misspellings. I don't know. But don't let me see that again. You might try to be funny, but I don't know if you're being offensive or funny, so you might get blocked by my mob. So be careful what you say. Good morning, Betty and Justice for All. I stood up for y'all yesterday to some roaches live. I couldn't stand the lies being spewed about you two. I had to say something. And Caitlin, thank you for that. But in all fairness, people are going to believe what they want to believe. If they truly believe that we did something wrong, there's nothing that's going to change them. Arguing with them is literally like beating your head against a hard surface. It's not going to work because the people that hate us are going to always hate us, and they're always going to turn stuff. And that's why I don't even listen to them. You know what I do when people are like that? I unsubscribe and never go back. That's my suggestion. It's my solution for me personally. And once somebody acts like my friend and crosses me, that's it. Like bye. Seriously, bye. I'm over it. There's some that are a little more painful than others, that are friends that, end up hurting me and I have to walk away. But for the most part, I mean, if you're a YouTube and I've never met you before and have no emotion and you're acting like my friend and trying to come over to my channel and build your channel off my subscribers and then turn your back on me, no, don't come back here again. And when you do, you're going to be treated like shit. Let's be honest. I have no problem. Oh, did we ever agree on how much money I got to pay for saying the SH word? Don't mess with the real woman. She brings the heat. Yeah. Good morning, Mama Llama, Vape King. I see all you guys. Barbie, I see. Well, I said hi to you. I see you. Bella B, I didn't know who Purple was either, but found her under Purple Phoenix on YouTube. Yeah, we're not going to promote her page, guys. Somebody remove those. Anything with Purple and her name, just remove it. I don't plug Despicable creators on this channel. And when you take a mom and put her on your live and give her the most heartbreaking news you can possibly give a woman, and you were just acting like you're her friend, I got no time for people like that. None. Justice would not have done that to that woman. I would not have done that to that woman. There is like 1,000 people across this platform that would not have done that to that woman. And her so-called friends on YouTube did that to her. How far away am I? I'm at 7:40. Jeez, I can't catch up. You guys are just, I keep forgetting there's a lot. I'm going to have to go down to the bottom. There's a few super stickers. Oh, Misty, thank you for becoming the newest member. This is being a member really does help this channel on a monthly basis, keep us going, and help us, invest. Like we got a MacBook Pro. We got the iPhone now. I'm going to be upgrading to for when we're on the road, and a tablet, an Apple tablet. So everything kind of works in sync with each other. That's what my Windows stuff didn't do. It didn't work in sync. Like I can just push a button and my stuff is on this computer. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of neat, but different. They shouldn't be going over there. They want to bug anyone. They belong on Bockholder Road. Absolutely. I don't know what is going on with my hiccups today. Like I'm had a lot of hiccups today. I usually get one or two with coffee, but no, this is like everything. So I see you. What does it say? Wait a full day though to tell her though. If you hit YouTube 24 hours before, they should have told her. Yeah, that exactly. They no matter how we look at it, there was a ball drop. We obviously see that. It was me coming out with that was never intended to hurt her. As a matter of fact, thought she knew it. I apologize to them profusely because I did not know she was unaware of the information, nor would I have called her, because she had adamantly said not to, that they wanted their privacy and everything like that. So, I thought about it. I looked at it. I looked at what was done to her and what was done to me, and I chose to keep it up. I chose to keep it up. So we're almost down to 30 minutes. Let's see what else we got going on here. Let me keep going through here real quick. Sorry, guys, I'm having to miss a lot of your stuff because I'm so far behind in chat. So I apologize, but I'm sure if once we get down to the bottom, I'll let you know. And if I haven't answered your questions, you can re-ask them. Come on. Golly. Well, I'm glad you guys are enjoying. Barbie, it's nice to have you as the newest member of the coffee club. Thank you. Woo-woo! Barbie. Just a few other ones, and then we'll almost be down to the bottom, and we can start. I'll try to monitor your questions, but just understand not every question can I answer because yes, I did see Eastern Kentucky. I did see, I was notified that there was a new video dropped. I have not watched it. I heard JLR dropped a video about Caesar Anthony Garudo. Maybe we'll watch it on here. We're going to watch this court appearance first, but and we're going to go through it. And we haven't done that yet. I was just trying to get through these because I'm so far behind. So just wanted to show my support. Love you, Betty. Appreciate everything you do for these cases. You are one of the people I'd love to work with. Oh, thank you, Tara. Well, maybe we will. I don't know what state you're from, but I'm sure I'll be in a state near you soon. I mean, this is a crazy place we're living in anymore. Been here since Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie and will always stand by you. Oh, thank you, Natalie. The Sob Squad is sad and embarrassing. Love how hard-headed you are. Don't ever stop. I have to say, that's a word my mom has used my entire life. You're so hard-headed. Yeah. Now that I'm an adult, it's actually a plus, right? All those things. It's always a double-edged sword. All those things that you do as a child that irritates. Okay, so we got some ones in the house. That was for my question. Billy Joe is messed up. Yes, Robert's girl. She absolutely is. What makes anyone think Brandy Neal has time or would ever want to get involved with another horrible tragedy? Do you guys realize that what she's even really going through? Exactly. She's not going to try to buddy up with a piece of garbage like Billy Joe. If she does, all I would do, we'd have to make this a prayer circle. That's all I can say, because, and not only that, but I'm pretty sure the family knows about Leilani and Billy Joe. I don't see Brandy doing that. She just lost her daughter, and this is and Billy Joe and Leilani is a family that didn't give a shit about their kid. Didn't give a shit. And Brandy loved her. She would never help a piece of garbage family like that. 25 cents. Okay, good. Just call the haters your advertisers. Yeah, we've been, because you can only hate for it should be free for shit. Okay, Jody, we're going to go with yours. It's cheaper on me. No. 25 cents. 25 cents, they said. Okay. Well, we'll have to reduce. We'll have to get a chart. We'll have to get a Bullhorn Betty cuss chart, right? And I have to get a thing so you guys know I'm paying, right? And then maybe we'll take the cuss jar at the end of the year. Well, I don't know. There might be thousands of dollars in that cuss jar, but who knows, right? But we might take the cuss jar and donate it to a charity or something. My grandma wouldn't let us say crap, but would let us say shit. Oh, yeah. I found. But who is he? So I see you. So there were some roommates that. This is my understanding. There were some roommates that lived with the Wandras. I believe it was 2 men, possibly. Anyways, one of those men were in a picture, I believe. And again, guys, if you guys want to find out what, actually, let me just drop JLR's. Give me just a second. Let me just drop JLR's video in here. I haven't watched it. I don't want to act like I know what's in it. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to even look at it. But here it is. I think it's this one here. It was 20 hours ago. Let me pause this. There it is. If you guys want to go over there and look at this, this is related to that Caesar Garudo, I think is how you pronounce his name. Garudo, maybe? I don't know. But I just posted. It is it is some breaking news about a person associated with the Wanderers, and apparently he doesn't look good. I would play it on here, but again, it was just dropped 20 hours ago. I usually don't play other people's content at least for 48 hours, sometimes 24, depending on the information. But if you want to learn a little bit more, go over here and check this out and learn. I'll look at it later today, and once I do, oh, thank you, Sue. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. $5 cuss jar. Lex is made. Lex must not. Yeah, a GD should be 100. Yeah, well, I think I got to work on the GDs before I start charging myself $100. I might spend the light money, the internet money. You guys might not see me for a month. It's $100 for the GD because I stubbed my toe. It slips out. I don't want to be stubbing my toe and having to pay $100. I stubbed my toe, but GD should be definitely a lot more. Thank you, Sue. Thank you. Guys, I know that there's been a few people that I'm getting a lot of emails that people have been deleted or blocked on this channel. I do apologize. For those that have been blocked, some of you guys may have been blocked for being a-holes, early on. Some of those maybe you accidentally got blocked because our channel and our chat is getting so overwhelming with people. I've got to try to, consider possibly new, some additional mods, not new mods, additional mods, but I haven't, many of you guys don't know, I don't deal with all that. But so far everything's been running fairly smooth and my mods haven't been overwhelmed yet, but, it's, I don't even know where I'm going. I'll just stop right there. Talking. The C word is worth a whole $1, but the F word is like 10. Gotcha, Blue Petunia. There you go. I promise I'm contacting you guys if I ever experiencing something tragic. Oh, Alabama Mama 4. Thank you. Thank you. We work very hard. We do work very hard, and we actually go out and search for people. It's not just about pulling into a community and just getting an interview with these people. It's about actually doing our part, posting signs, posting, banners, talking to people, trying to get any kind of information that may not have been readily available. But we need to go over and watch this thing. So let me just check a couple other ones out. Dank William, nice to see you, Dank. Haven't seen you in a little bit. How well do you know Stony Stone? He is a mod here. Haven't talked to Stony Stone in a while. But yeah, we worked tightly, fairly well through Summer Wells. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen Stony Stone in a little minute. Is he okay? I know he's having heart problems before, but unsure where he's at. But as far as knowing him, I mean, outside, just like any other internet thing, outside of being on here and knowing him on here, I don't know who he is. Never met him before in my life. I've talked to him on the phone. He has my phone number. I mean, I talked about when I was going to Rogersville, Tennessee, potentially meeting him to go to different locations, but never met him. Pep said once a day, coffee causes acid reflux, but I've been drinking coffee forever. It's just today. I think it's because of this junk I ate yesterday, because I went and actually ordered from Publix. I was too lazy to even go grocery shopping, so I had the Publix deliver groceries here. And I think it's because I ate late last night. I had sushi at like midnight. Chatty Cathy, local news was reporting it simultaneously to Betty's reporting it. Yeah, so there was, I think there was a little delay by a few minutes, but by the time I go through my intro and everything, they were probably releasing it at right about the same time. Yeah, I'd have to say about in conjunction with the same time as me. Hey, you're not allowed to be keeping track. You're not allowed to be keeping track. Okay, we don't have track keepers of the cuss jar. Guys, we need to raise $255 today on super chats and super stickers, so I can afford the cuss jar that I have to start supporting. It's child support. Okay, I need to pay the cuss jar child support because the cusses just keep coming. No. Do you think? Patty Burris says, chat, who do y'all think done the deed? Oh, that's... Yes, that is absolutely. But you know what? The haters do that. And you know, at the end of the day, they are always talking about us. So if you really think about it, since I have been, and this is probably why I've been excelling on not Facebook, but YouTube, and why our numbers keep growing and growing and growing, is because these people constantly, they have not stopped saying Bullhorn Betty's name since I debuted November 29th, 2021. And actually before that, they were even saying my name, just not Bullhorn Betty, right? Because Bullhorn Betty wasn't created until November 19th, 2021. So again, Bullhorn Betty is, we've excelled. But since we've debuted on YouTube, there has not, go look. There hasn't been a day that has gone by without my name being brought up. Before it was my name, it was Marissa's. And Marissa still gets, why do people care about what she does so much? Why are you so involved in somebody else's life? You must have a miserable, miserable life that you cannot live your own life. You have to live through everyone else. And then you got to be angry at everyone else because they're not living the way you want them to live. Think about the insanity that comes with that statement. Somebody else's life is not living their life the way you think they should live it. Think about that. Because let's flip that around, because you're not living the way I think you should live, right? Who am I to tell you how to live your life, and who are you to tell me how to live my life? This is what it's coming to on YouTube. Stay the hell out of my way. Like, you don't like what I'm doing? Change the channel. I am not crying over here. If you want to support it, support it. You get to make the decisions for yourself, and I get to make the decisions for myself. That's how this world works. If you don't like how that works, I'm sure there's plenty of other countries around the globe that you can move to that will accommodate your need to control other people. Thank you. My kids get a free pass on cussing as long as it's in as long as it's in the correct context. Context rather. Well, I think I keep mine within the regular context, but we do have to curb the cussing, because I got a lot of Christian folks that are on here as well. And, I don't want to offend them, but I do have a potty mouth. I have realized I have a big old fat potty mouth. And as much as I try to control it, it still rears its ugly head every now and again. I would love to mod for you. How do you get to go about this? So the best way is to reach out to Guidance Susanna or Robin, Miss Robin, or any of the other mods. One of the rules is you've got to obviously go through some, stuff with them. I don't do any of the mods. I don't make the request. They literally come to me and say, this person needs to be modded. And I go out there and mod the person. That's how it works. So you'll have to get with them. They'll have to do whatever they do behind the scenes to verify that you're not some crazy whack job that just wants to take down the channel. And once you get through all of their stuff, then they'll recommend you for a mod and can get you to be a mod. That's how it works. But I do not have any hand in the mods. I do not have any hand in the Facebook page. Like, I'll come in there and say, hey, how you doing? Like, these people that are dedicated to this channel, which God bless them. I don't know what they see in me to be so dedicated, but they do. And they make it a beautiful experience in these chats. They make it a beautiful experience online. And, I think they do a very good job. I try to stay out of their way because they're doing such a good job. Why do I need to get involved? Like, I only get involved if there's a problem, right? If there's a dispute, I'll get involved. But if there's no dispute, they're doing an amazing job. I don't want to step on toes, $15.01. We got the accountant. We're going to call Sarcastic New York, to you. That's gonna be our Bullhorn Betty accountant. They're gonna let me know what my bill is after each. He's buddies with Benny. Yeah, everybody's buddies with somebody. I mean, at the end of the day, you might even say I'm buddy with BK, right? I mean, he almost tried to hit me with a freaking stick. From what I hear, on the streets of YouTube, that's love. If a creator tries to run you over or hit you with something, that's some love right there, right? So I think BK got a little thing for Bullhorn Betty, right? He loved me. Actually, he loves Marissa more than he loves me. For somebody he proclaims to hate, he surely loves her. Just started watching you. You go, girl. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you. Yeah, we try to keep it light here. There's some things, if you're just now starting to watch, that we went through last week that was just purely, it was nuts. It was nuts. And we got the Nutter Butters out there on YouTube. They're called the Sob Squad, that just can't seem to keep my name out of their mouth. But hey, you know what? The channel's growing. The channel's growing. With all their hate and vitriol, this channel's growing, and people are leaving them in droves and coming over to these channels to watch. So, I mean, at the end of the day, they're only killing their own integrity because people don't believe them anymore. They've been caught in so many lies. Like, how many times are you going to say Bullhorn Betty's going to jail and Bullhorn Betty never goes to jail, right? How many times are you going to say I'm breaking the law, but I'm not breaking the law, right? How many times are you going to tell everybody I'm such a despicable person, but you don't even, yourself won't even get off your ass and post one missing person flyer, but condemning me for doing it? I mean, people, you can only blind them for so long, but after a while, they're going to see through your crap. They're going to see through it. So please read my comments above. My friend's mom is missing. YouTube mini videos. Sandra Crispo missing in Massachusetts. Be kinder than necessary. So if somebody wants to get me some information on this lady and send it to my email, we'll discuss that. Let me see what I can find. Let me get back to my regular scheduled program real quick. Hold on. I got a few more cuss jar donations. We're going to need them. We're going to need them. Tracy, God bless you. God bless you guys. You guys are cracking me up today. You guys are cracking me up today. Cuss jars are necessary. Cuss jars are necessary. Let me see. Let me go back up here to this one thing. I don't want to lose you, but I had to go down and get those, and then we'll get back to it. Hold on. Where are you? Oh, Lord. Sorry, let me get back to you so I can find out where you are. Thank you for answering my question, Betty. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. There we are. Okay, so there it is. I got you right here. Let me go ahead and star that so I can come back to it. So let's go ahead. We've already been going for an hour and 38 minutes. We have 1,200 people in the chat. Let's go over this, this court hearing. and what they say. We're going to stop it. We're going to go through it again. As I said before, this is being used under fair use. Again, there is only one photographer and one videographer in these courtrooms. It's done by design. You have to get this stuff from them, or you utilize their stuff under fair use, which is what we're utilizing for right now. And we are going to go ahead and proceed.
Excuse me, Your Honor, do you need me for anything else today? No, thank you very much for your help. All right, you're welcome.
Now, I know you guys have watched this before, but we're just going to break it down just a little bit different.
Are you Sarah Wandra? Ma'am, can you hear me? I need you to move in a little closer to the mic. I'm unable to hear you. Stacy Wandra.
So they ask her, is she Sarah Wandra? And she says here, no, I'm Stacy Wandra. That seems a little odd to me. I'm not sure how you guys feel about that, but that just seems a little odd. What does it say? Yes, Massachusetts. All right, be kinder than necessary. As soon as we're wrapped up here, remind me to pull Sandra's stuff up, and we'll just take a look and at least advocate for her photo and just put something together real quick so we can, see how this all, at least see her and advocate for her. So just make sure before I leave, you remind me. I've got you starred, but I've got to go back there. So all those that are coming in, please don't forget to go out and hit the like button right now. Again, we're going to go through this. I'm just going to give me just a second. I'll be right back, and then we'll go. I'll go ahead and play this, and then we'll rewind it so you guys aren't left here without anything. Just give me a second.
Okay. You're Stacy Wandra? You're Sarah. Okay, thank you. Ms. Wandra, in this case, which is CR 38221769, you are charged with having violated the law in one count. It is alleged that you did on or about the 12th day of November of this year here in the state of Idaho fail to notify the coroner of a death, the death of Michael Vaughn.
So that is what I'm talking about right there. Right there. So this is what is frustrating for me. She was being charged with failure because we knew that she had a failure to report a death. But other than that, we did not know whether this was connected to Michael Vaughn's case or not. And many people had asked that when we released the jailhouse or the jail call of them saying that she failure to report a death to law enforcement or the coroner. She failed to report, and we didn't understand, was this related to Michael Vaughn or another person? Well, here we're finding out it was related to Michael Vaughn and why it was wholly unfair that Brandy, now mind you, this was going on at 1:30 in the afternoon. We didn't break this voicemail until I believe almost 12 o'clock, about an hour and a half before she went to court for these charges. An hour and a half. She has been in custody since the 12th. The family should have known, period. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. The family should have been well aware of this woman's charges, period.
With the intent to prevent the discovery of the manner of death.
So they're saying that she failed to report this death to prevent them from identifying how this child died. So when she shakes her head, it tells someone else has been talking. Yes. And I'd like to find that. Let me see if I've got it. Hold on a second. Let me just keep playing this while I'm looking.
That is a felony here in the state of Idaho. Do you understand the allegation that's been made against you? All right.
She understands what they've said. So she's basically saying that she doesn't believe that they said this. Hold on a second. Let me look through this stuff real quick. Do we have that news article that came out that stated that Stacy was the one talking? We saw a little clip of it. Sorry, guys, my allergies suck. So clip that, clip channels. I blew my nose on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Oh my God, the worst thing that could have possibly happened in 2022. But getting back to her, you know, she's saying, I know what they said. Who's they? Who's they? That needs to be key right here. Who's they? But I want to see that article. If somebody can send me that article about, send it through the Messenger app. The article where it identifies Stacy as being the one that's speaking, at least spoke about something. Not necessarily like he's singing like a canary in jail, but you know, it does allege that it was somebody in their house. Yes, it was. But there is an article that stated that Stacy had spoken to law enforcement and that Stacy had actually stated that this child was buried by the shed. That I was reading something that Stacy said that. But I can't remember where article it was or where I saw it. So if you guys see it, send it to me. She gives me the creeps is all. Yeah, she's a weird duck. She's a weird duck. Let's keep going.
You have a number of rights when you are charged with a crime. The deputies typically hand out a document that describes those rights in detail. Did you receive a document like that? Documents right now. All right. So in a criminal case, ma'am, you have the right to remain silent as it relates to the underlying charges. You have the right to require the state to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt, the right to cross-examine and confront the evidence the state may put on in an effort to prove its case, the right to testify in your own defense if you wish to, the right to use subpoenas to bring witnesses and evidence to the trial as you may determine to be appropriate, and the right to be represented by an attorney at all stages of these proceedings. Do you understand that you have those rights? I have those rights, but I don't have any. All right, well.
Like she's inaudible in some of these things. Like I tried listening to this, and I can't. The articles in the Idaho Statesman, they said, okay, so let me go ahead. Thank you for that. What is it? Hakuna? I don't know if I'm saying that right. I hope Ellie nabs all those involved. Absolutely, Heaven 57. Good morning, by the way. I have seen you. You can just about everything. So I appreciate your love and support. She's the one that bought our green screen. We need to put the green screen up. I need to learn. I wish Dolly would have taught me OBS, but he hasn't taught me OBS yet. You guys need to tell him he needs to help Bullhorn Betty update the studio. Like he's the best of the best when it comes to that. This woman is definitely trying to act mentally. Also, they're saying that she's going to try to. There's no insanity plea in Idaho, I'm hearing, and I've looked that up, and it does appear to be true. There is no insanity plea. They can use mental illness and those things as as part of the consideration when handing down sentence, but there is no insanity plea in Idaho. So it's kind of a little bit different there and with a little different laws. But also, Missing and Missed says that it's in the affidavit, but it's also on Twitter. And somebody else says there's an article in the Idaho Statesman. So I'll look those up in just a second. Let's go ahead and get back to this. But again, she's in an audible. I can't understand everything she's saying. I don't think you guys can either, but we'll help each other out.
So I'm going to remind you have the right to remain silent. I'm not going to say anything to you or ask you any questions that are designed to get you to speak about or encourage you to speak about the underlying events. Everyone who gives up that right and does speak about the case or make any statement at all about it, of course, those can be used against you. So I'll remind you of that. As it relates to your right to an attorney, do you intend to ask me to appoint an attorney of public expense? Do you intend to hire your own counsel or represent yourself in this case?
She's almost asking, I guess I'll represent myself. And she's like, oh, no. I need an attorney. So it's like, I don't get it.
Okay. Do you want me to appoint an attorney to help you at county expense? have you raise your right hand to be sworn so I can ask you some questions to be sure you qualify. You solemnly swear the testimony that you're about to give me will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wandra, what is your current physical address?
1102 Redwood Street,
So she says Red Wing Street. 1102 Red Wing Street.
And your current telephone number? Don't scratch that, I'm not asking.
Yeah, he didn't want to get the telephone number because she was on live. So he scratched that. But people were having a hard time hearing her, but she did say 1102 Red Wing Street, followed by the city, state, and zip. But I couldn't even hear that because she's almost mumbling throughout this. You can see her eyes. Her eyes are very dark. You can see kind of the bags. They're kind of sunk in here. She appears to be tired. She appears to be exhausted. She doesn't appear to be fully awake, or could potentially be under, some people said, some psychotic psychotic meds that were given to her at the jail. We don't know. We've seen her on her TikToks and stuff like that. She has a speech, her speech isn't always that clear, but she's not this hard to, understand. So I'm just curious, is it the microphone or is it her? And I think it's her.
Who is your current employer?
So she works for herself. I couldn't hear what she said before that, but that she's a taxi driver.
And what is your typical income?
This is where I don't understand it. It's almost like she doesn't want people to know what her income is. I don't think they're making, $1 million or anything, but I don't know how she doesn't know how much money she's making a week. Everybody that has bills knows what their take home is a week because they've got to manage bills. I'm missing Dolly. He did no live yesterday. Yeah. Don't know. But getting back to this gal here, she's going to start going through this, and I don't understand how she doesn't know. And there, he's even asking her, "Do you make more than 500 a week? Less than 500 a week?" She's like, "Oh, I think I make more than 500 a week." So it's a little confusing for me how she doesn't know, even as a taxi cab driver, what she's making, because I know, me personally, every month I'm counting pennies, to make sure I have enough money to make to meet bills and stuff like that. I can't imagine that she doesn't do the same thing.
More or less than $500 a week? So are you working at all right now?
Well, it's not if I'm in jail, but I only work day to day.
What? It says, whoa, I missed that she had a daughter. Whoa, what? I didn't hear she had a daughter. Did somebody just hear she had a daughter? Her whole body language just annoys the crap out of me. Yeah, but you can see her kind of like this, like she's trying to protect herself. I mean, that is a classic protecting, she's feeling, she's feeling the heat, and you can tell by the way she's holding her body. She mumbles in her TikToks. Yeah, but not near as bad. Lights on, AC running, dog cowering on the chair, watermelon slice for grandbabies, note to buy my friend a birthday kiss, moved part of my bed frame. Wow, that's a lot of work. I'm not doing that much work. Like took me a week to clean out the living room from dumping the entire car into the living room. She talks about her daughter in her TikTok videos. Where's her daughter then? We haven't seen a daughter. Wow.
Right. So I'm just trying to get an idea of what your typical income is. Obviously, when a person's in custody, they can't generate income.
I don't know how exactly.
All right. Do you own any land or buildings anywhere? How much money do you have in the bank or cash on hand?
I got some change in my purse.
Do you own any personal property worth
So
more
she's
than-
basically saying she has no money. She only has change in her purse. I'm not sure if I necessarily believe that, but it's possible because her husband has been incarcerated since April. She got arrested in April as well, right along with him. She was able to bond out. He was not. And Justice is saying she was 17. It sounds like she was 17 when she had a kid. I heard her daughter. Oh, her daughter is older, 17ish. So it makes me wonder, you know, was her daughter living with her? Where's her daughter? I have never seen, I mean, outside of her obviously making some reference, she has a kid. She said she has some change in her purse. Yeah, that's what she says. She has some change in her purse. Is that true? Is that not true? Who knows? Who knows? Who's she been living with in that home all these months? Has she had roommates to help her with bills? Who knows? Is she living in her mom's home? Who knows? She knows exactly what happened to that baby too. I guess she thought this day would never come. And I think that's what they all thought. That's why they got so religious. They believed God was saving them from their crime and they got comfortable.
Give everything to the Most High God, but I partially card, but I also don't own the whole thing.
Meaning you owe money against it to someone?
No, I have owned it with my dad.
I see. All right, I do find you qualified for the appointment of an attorney. I'm going to appoint in this case, Ms. Jolene Maloney. I did review an affidavit of probable cause in this case and do for purposes of this appearance find probable cause. What's the state's position, if any, on Vaughn?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a relatively high bond. Obviously, there are implications associated with this charge. And this is the young boy that we're talking about has been missing for a year and a half. So, it should be noted that Ms. Wandra is on pretrial release for federal gun charges for felon in possession of a firearm.
So she's on federal gun charge. She's on federal gun charge charges right now. So she was released from court or from jail on those federal gun charges is on a supervised type of release because of them. And they're saying that she failed to report this death as of November 12th, where she was arrested. And so they're just going through some of that stuff. Let me just go back just a little bit. Let me just see if I can go back. I need to move this all over this way so I can see what the hell I'm doing over here.
So, and all that would have felon in possession of a firearm. And so, and all that would have happened after my mom initially disappeared. I think it shows that she's a danger to the community, and she fails to abide by the social norms that we all expect. And there are obviously very serious implications in her, whereabouts. So the state's asking for $1 million.
Ms. Maloney, what presentation would you like to make?
So as you hear here, the state's originally asked for the $1 million bond. Maybe Caesar is also Adrian. But why would she call Caesar Adrian? They knew who these people were. They were tagging them in Facebook posts. And why would she be protecting a friend when her and her husband's lives are in jeopardy here? So everything that she's saying doesn't make sense. I don't think anybody believes that there is an Adrian that exists. Is there? Possibly. I did see somebody tell me to go look at my emails. I did. I don't see any new emails that came in here. I see one from, hold on. Okay, I see a missing person flyer. We'll look at that in just a bit. Bond set for parents charged in the murder of a 7-year-old that was found in a washer. So I remember hearing about that. So I'm not sure. Somebody told me to check my emails. I checked them. I don't see anything there that These channels are ridiculous. All they have to report is lash out to fellow true crime. Yeah. Get content already, do you? Yeah, I agree. So Adrian, Tracy 3, Adrian is a person that was brought up by Sarah Wandra, saying that her and her husband had nothing to do with the death of this child, that they just, buried him, according to the statements we're hearing from a news organization. I want to say Eastern Idaho News, possibly. Maybe I'm wrong on the name of the people that released this. However, in that, she said that whoever injured this boy, his name was Adrian. And my whole thing is, why would anybody protect their friend at their own demise? Like, I would not do that. They did give her bond. We're about to listen to that now. They asked for $1 million. He didn't really ask for ankle monitoring or all these other things. But we're going to hear what the defense is requesting. Oh, shoot. Where was I? Sorry, guys. I lost it. Here we go.
And while that would happen after Vaughn initially disappeared, and she fails to abide by the social norms that we all expect, that there are obviously very, very serious implications in her being where house is. So the state's asking for $1 million.
Ms. Maloney, what presentation would you like to make?
Your Honor, I recognize these are serious allegations. I would ask that the court consider the charges as they presently are and how they are articulated within the probable cause affidavit and the absence of certain facts which may create issues with probable cause. I recognize that the court may have some concern regarding release. At this time, however, I would ask that the court consider any electronic monitoring in lieu or in conjunction with a lower bond, less than $1 million. $1 million.
All right, in this case, the court, as it does in all cases, of course, takes into account Idaho Criminal 46 and the factors set forth there, specifically problematic as it relates to a release conditions or on Ms. Wandra's own recognizance or her criminal history, which was provided as part of the probable cause affidavit, the possibility of violations of law, where she would be.
So her criminal the affidavit related to her charges, her past charges are attached to that probable cause affidavit. And I don't know if that now precludes her past criminal charges also are now considered under a gag order. So I'm not sure if, that has been in full effect, but I'm just now hearing that that's associated, her charges are associated with that probable cause affidavit. And they sealed the probable cause affidavit. Does that mean they sealed her entire records related to her past criminal conduct? It sounds like that may be possible.
Be released and the inability to necessarily manage those effectively with restrictions on her release. The nature of her criminal history certainly would bring her character and reputation into question or disrepute. Unfortunately, taking those factors into account, the court set bond in this case in the amount of $500,000. Should that bond be posted, Ms. Wandra must immediately sign up to pretrial release services to be monitored. She must be fitted with a GPS tracking device prior to her.
So they're saying that she has to be fitted with a tracking device. She has to have a monitor on her before she even walks out of the jail. There are some questions and some other things I'm going to play and we're going to discuss.
Released from custody, she must not commit crimes pending the resolution of this case. She must not leave the state of Idaho. She must remain sober. Maintain contact with her attorney, attend all of her court hearings, sign a waiver of extradition.
People were saying, sign a waiver of extradition. They're doing this all as pre-trial stuff. So if she's out on bond, a lot of people said, what other charges is she charged with? She's signing a waiver of extradition because if she flees, they will already have the waiver of extradition signed by her in their file, where they can send that to any jail and have her removed and sent back to Idaho. That was the purpose of the waiver of extradition. They're doing paperwork up front before they ever release her out of jail. So if she does decide, again, to go on the run, they already have all their documents that they need to quickly and swiftly bring her back to the state of Idaho. That was the purpose of that, for those that may not understand. I know somebody was questioning, I can't remember which channel brought that up, but that's the reason.
And sign up for Charlie's, otherwise the Fayette County Courthouse complex. And one step is for a status conference and review hearing on the 21st and 22nd of November. The status conference will be at 10 a.m. on the 21st and preliminary hearing at 9 a.m. on the 22nd.
Your Honor, prior to the court recessing, we would take up a procedural issue.
So this procedural issue is now the sealing of a document. Now, a lot of people are alleging that this entire case is under gag order. That is not true. That is a misconception. There literally is only one item that was identified as being under gag order. One document that's identified that's under a gag order, not the people. And we have to be clear because, there were some things that said, the Wells case was under gag order. I don't know if the whole file is under gag order. You got to look at the order itself, because there may be some things that they're telling you are under gag order that are not under gag order. And we're going to hear this specific one, and we're going to talk about it.
Yes, I did receive, in this case, a motion. So I wasn't keeping file yet. My clerk just handed to me a motion to seal at least the affidavit of probable cause, as I understand. Is that right, Mr. Duke?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Does the defense object to taking that up now?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Duke?
Your Honor, the state's requesting that the probable cause affidavit be sealed. Obviously, this is a high-profile case, and there are privacy concerns as well as jury trial concerns should the details within the PC affidavit be released. And in addition to those articulated in the motion, there is still an ongoing investigation, and so we worry about
There is still an ongoing investigation is one of the things cited, which we all know about it because they're still digging up the yard.
the impact that releasing certain details in the PC affidavit would have on the investigation. So we respectfully request that the court seal the PC affidavit, at least temporarily, until we can have an accomplish those matters. Thank you.
This morning, what response do you have, if any, if you have an objection at all, I suppose?
Your Honor, defense.
So one of the questions from Dee Dee is, how can you bond out but still qualify for public defender? Because anybody can bond you out. Anybody. It doesn't mean that you have to bond yourself out. And I have to agree with Miss Potty Mouth. That's what I need to change my name to. So fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree. But exactly, and I said this from the beginning, a lot of the problems in Chatham County are caused by the inexperience or the ignorance of the police chief, period. They did this 100% to themselves, and yes, they could learn a lesson from this case here.
Joins the motion, and I think it's appropriate pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, little I to big E, that this could jeopardize future proceedings given the public nature of this case at this time. So I would ask that the court grant the state's motion.
All right, I've reviewed Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, I, and the authority that courts have to exercise discretion in the sealing or not of court documents. And I am going to seal the affidavit of probable cause and the investigative reports attached there too.
So it is, he was very specific and said the probable cause affidavit and the investigative reports attached to that. So he didn't necessarily state all of the stuff attached to the probable cause affidavit was not accessible to the public or to the media. It's just that the probable cause affidavit and the investigative reports associated with that probable cause affidavit that are associated with that probable cause affidavit. So if there are other reports that aren't associated with that probable cause affidavit or attached there too, those most likely would not be under this particular gag order because gag orders are with specificity.
Pursuant to the motion, specifically taking into account subpart 2E and the preservation of right to a fair trial, was aware of the intense public interest in this matter and how publication of the details of this case may interfere with the ability to panel a jury and receive a fair trial in the case. In addition, but less focus, I suppose, for the court, there are some risks of harm to persons should that information be publicly available. And so in the circumstances of this case, the interest in privacy predominates over public disclosure, as is set forth in subpart I-1. I'll ask you, Mr. Duke, to prepare an order detailing those findings as required by the rule and sealing the case. Of course, this is something that's subject to being revisited should that be determined to be appropriate or necessary.
So they are saying that because this is the thing that people don't understand. These cases are to be conducted in the public. These court proceedings are to be conducted in the public. There are certain situations that rise to the level of providing a gag order, but those gag orders are temporary, typically in nature. The ones that are dealing with young children and things of that nature, as far as, parental stuff, those are typically, when you have a gag order on there, it's typically for the entire case because those proceedings are typically confidential and private and not open to the public or for public consumption. This case here is much different. This is a high profile case. So they're going to have to look at removing this gag order at some point in time. Most likely maybe when the investigation has been concluded and all the charges have been levied, they're going to have to lift this gag order because, again, this is a criminal hearing that the public has a right to know about and has a right to attend and has a right to be a part of. That's the way the law does work. Whether people agree with that or not, that is how the law works. So this will only be under gag order for a limited amount of time. Some gag orders last until the end or conclusion of the entire trial. This is much different. This is a criminal proceeding. They're not going to be able to do that. So just for everybody, for all their knowledge, that this is a temporary in nature, that these documents will be forthcoming and all the implications that are derived in them will be forthcoming. Right now, they're under gag order. And again, only a very specific and limited amount of documents are under gag order as prescribed by the statutes in Idaho and the administrative code in Idaho. So yes, it is a profile case. And that's why I said, I understand that there are people that would like to drive the messaging that they want to drive and only that they want to drive. But this is a high profile case. This is on YouTube. This has been followed by YouTube. And, when you start hearing them digging up yards, believe me, there are a lot of sleuths out there. I'm not one of those master sleuths. I happen to know many of them, but they feed me information all the time, right? But it's not me sleuthing. It's a lot of other great people out there that have better skills than I do. I have great communication and speaking skills. I have great, investigative skills. I have great as far as law and finding public records. That's my forte. As far as sleuthing and, video editing, the stuff that really takes time, patience, and those are the things I don't have the time or the patience to do, right? Stacy is the husband half. Eliza. Stacy is the husband half. He has a girl name, but it's the male gentleman in this saga. Stacy is the okay. So people are already answering that. Good morning, Bella Ann. Nice to see you. Yes, and if you guys are interested, we do have a BHB crime Facebook page. If you guys would like to join that. Again, it's not something that I run. I pop in there. I look at the stuff that you guys are posting here and there, but the beautiful mods of this channel also manage the Facebook group. So there, if you have a request to join and have not joined yet, it's because they're doing their best to go through all the hundreds of thousands of people that are joining the chat. They have to go through and vet you and make sure that you're not a creep, like we have to deal with here on YouTube. And and if you are a creep, you will be removed fairly quickly from the group. So let's not be creepy. Not sure. What did you say, Chatty Kathy? Not sure if I'd call Stacy a gentleman. Yeah, well, it's just natural. That's just how I talk. I agree. I've called Don gentleman, right? Everybody knows I don't believe Don's a gentleman. So I agree with that statement, but I'll still probably call him gentleman and ma'am, stuff like that. But I'll happily be your student sleuth anytime. Oh, thank you, Blind Fury. I actually emailed the papers because they should not have put it out there. Let's see what we got here. Okay, here we go. I think something did come in. I'm bawling my eyes out. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Be kinder than necessary. I love that name, by the way. Came across this, that you might want to check it out. Yes, I will check that out. I just can't do it at the moment. Sarah talking about her life. Wow. Maybe we should watch this. Either way, we'll get to that. I'll have to go through it and make sure that it's usable first. But let's get back to the court proceedings. They're almost done.
Order will last until it's revisited by this court or some other court. You have any questions about that?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else to take up today from either of you?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll be in recess.
Thanks, guys.
So there it is. I thought there was a few things that I found odd, and maybe you guys can concur. I'm not sure. We'll open the panel up here in just a second. But one of those things is her weird behavior at the beginning of this, like her weird behavior of calling herself Stacy, correcting the judge to say she was Stacy Wandra when she was Sarah Wandra, which was like odd to me. I don't know why she would say that, but she did. And what does it say? Is it possible to live stream the court hearing in Chatham County this morning? What court hearing? Let's see. I'm going to look. Right now, all the videos are offline. All the videos are offline. So we'd have to find out what courtroom that they're in. And then if we find out what courtroom they're in, I could probably look it up and see if we can find it. I believe she's acting. Yeah, I believe she's acting. One of the protesters has his court hearing this. The court hearing in Chatham County. Yes, I actually spoke to Wanda yesterday. She reached out to me to let me know her court hate case was going. Obviously, we can't get there to monitor the court hearing for them. I would have loved to have been at that court hearing with them, but I did beg Wanda to please get counsel. And I told her, no matter what, no matter what did I say? I'll just read what I said to her. Just a nice gal. I had to save her name. Many of you guys don't know. This is for everybody to know. I know a lot of people reach out to me. I have my phone on. I have do not disturb settings on my phone. So if your name is not set in my phone, if it's not attached to Messenger, I don't get your calls. A few people were like, "You're not picking up my call." You're not. It's because you're not saved in my phone. It literally, the phone doesn't even ring if you are not a contact in my phone. It will push you right over to voicemail. I don't get messenger calls. I don't get text messages. If you are not, they're there when I go to look, but they don't ding me. They don't ring me. They don't make a noise. They just sit. And it's because of, people looking into me, people getting a hold of telephone numbers, people doxing, and they think they're going to drive me crazy with, you're driving yourself crazy because my phone doesn't even ring. If you don't believe me, pick up right now and call my phone. You won't even hear it ring. My ringer is on. Let me show you. My ringer is all the way. Oh, maybe I need to go this way. Hold on. Get that off. Ringer's all the way on. Oh, where is it? So yeah, ringer's all the way up. Ringer is all the way up. Guarantee if you call right now and you're not saved in this phone, it's not going to ring. Why? Because I got my privacy settings on and my do not disturb settings. So eat your heart out, haters. Eat your heart out. You're not even going to bother me. Not even going to bother me. But I did call her. And the reason why I went through that is because she had been trying to get a hold of me and I wasn't getting any of her messages. And it's because I forgot to save her number in the phone because I didn't have these settings on my phone when I was out in in Savannah, Georgia. But she says she wanted to let me know that I never said, and I explained to her I had my privacy setting on, and she says, we go to court tomorrow morning. I said, please have someone represent you. It should be provided to you. Postpone this case as long as possible. Take witnesses and videos, demand jury trial, whatever you can. She says, yes, ma'am. I said, stay calm, be sweet as pie. She said, yes, ma'am. So yes, I do know that they're going to court today. I'm wishing them the best of luck. They told me that in the courts, when they found out that they were the protesters, that the whole court behavior changed. And the whole court's behavior can change. And it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, it matters about the law in which they are allowed to prosecute on. So that's why I want to make sure that she gets representation because she does have protection against what she was doing. But again, it comes down to her blocking a vehicle and standing in front of a vehicle. Was that an arrestable offense? I think that was a ticketable offense. And once she gets a ticket, we'll see what we can do to help her. But I do believe it is a ticketable offense. I'm hoping that the judge just throws all this nonsense out of court. That's what this community needs. Because at the end of this day, this police chief he's created this mess. And they're wanting to blame everybody else for it. No, we are, when you do stupid shit, what does Dolly say? When you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. And that's what this police chief did. And then he's pissed off at his community because of his actions. So he's mad at his community for being frustrated with him. And he's wielding his badge as a weapon against them. And I totally think that is disgusting. Why can't the sheriff handcuff her and take her to the scene and show them exactly where the child is? They may have. We don't know. They may have said, hey, come point us in the direction. And she may have went right over there and said that he's right here. That may be the reason why they arrested her. We don't know. Now that we don't have access to the probable cause affidavit, it's going to be a while before we do know as to what they have going on. And quite frankly, we heard from a statement. Sorry, guys, I got to flip my pillow because my bum hurts. My bum hurts. I got to flip the pillow because it gets a little hard on this. And I got degenerate disc disease, as well as scoliosis in my lower back. So sitting for long periods of time caused me a lot of pain. That's why I don't sit too much. That's why you guys only get me in this chair for XYZ time, and that's about it. Where the hell is my, hold on here. When the air conditioning comes on, I get a little chilly, but I get hot when it's off, so I'm constantly taking my clothes on and off. Kathy, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Y'all may not get her out of the insanity plea, but it can rule that she can't withstand a trial. She understood. There's a lot that goes into that. People don't realize. Like right now, she's answering. They're already showing that she can help in her own trial. And he did it, and the judge did it very well. He was asking her questions, and she was responding to him. If she was sitting there and didn't say a thing, then yes, they can say that she can't, that she, needs a mental evaluation and is incompetent to stand trial. But that's not what you're seeing here. She was answering questions. She was cognizant. She knew what he was talking about. That was the only requirement necessary to prove that she is competent to stand trial. He already eliminated that with him asking her questions related to appointing her an attorney. If she would have sat there and was stone-faced and didn't answer any questions that the courts had, then yeah, she'd have a better defense in saying that she cannot, that she's incompetent to stand trial and cannot help in her own defense. But clearly she can. So yes and no. She's going to be competent to stand trial. She may have some mental illness. She may be diagnosed with something, but she's able to answer the judge's questions. She was able to speak to the detectives when they were at her house. Let me go to the Eastern. Was that on Twitter or was it on Facebook? The Eastern Idaho News with the paperwork. Eastern Idaho News. Okay, so why are we not finding Eastern Idaho News? Eastern Idaho County News clip from East Idaho News. Okay, so that's what it is. East Idaho News, not Eastern. All right, there we are. Woman charged with failing to report. So let's just read this and see what all this has to say real quick. Related to Michael Monkey Vaughn. It says, Idaho statesman. Police have arrested a woman suspected and involved in the disappearance of a Fruitland boy and charged her with a failure to report the death. Sandra Wandra, 35. Many were asking how old she is. She's 35. A Fruitland was arrested Friday after police served a search warrant at the Red Wing Street address she shares with her husband, Stacy Wandra. According to the probable cause affidavit, the resident inside the residence was the site of the weekend police search and excavation in connection with the disappearance of Michael Vaughn. Michael went missing in his front yard about a mile away from the Wandra residence on July 27th when he was 5 years old. Police haven't said publicly what evidence they are looking for, but they brought cadaver dogs to search the yard by Monday afternoon. Officials had not said whether they found evidence or remains at the residence. Sarah Wandra was arraigned Monday afternoon. Judge Brian Lee, she told Brian Lee she understood the allegations. Again, understanding. Okay, so this is it's hard to say your client is incompetent to stand trial when they understand what the allegations are made. They're understanding. That's the problem. They're not going to be able to do that because my understanding of how the law works and how it's applied is for you to be incompetent to stand trial. You can't understand. You can't help in your own defense. You can't communicate with your attorneys. It seems like she was doing all of those things in that hearing with that judge. So I don't think she's going to be deemed incompetent to stand trial in the least. However, Judge asked her if she understood against what was against her, but maintained they're not correct. When Lee informed her of her rights, she said, "I don't have any reason to be silent because I didn't do anything wrong." Wonder, and that must have been that inaudible spot of that hearing. Remember, we couldn't understand a lot of the stuff that was coming out of her mouth. I think that might have had something, in fact, to do with it. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to run to the store for doggy treats. Oh, that's okay. I try to call her 10,000 times a day. I don't know. If you're talking about me, yes, you did. No, I'm just joking. But we thank you. We thank you, Whitley, for everything. Wandra was charged with a felony to failure to report a death rather than a misdemeanor charge. The felony charge is triggered when a person failures to report is based on their intent to conceal the manner of death. That's why they included that in there, because that's what made it the felony, is that they failed to conceal the manner of death. In an email statement, spokesperson for Michael's family told the Idaho Statesman, the family is asking for privacy and support. They're dealing with a very difficult news that's ongoing and unfolding. Lana Westbrook said. Westbrook also noted that officials has instructed the public to avoid the investigation area and the family home. So again, law enforcement is asking the public out there in Idaho, leave the family alone and don't be meddling in the investigation. Lee has set Sandra Wandra's bond for $500,000. Fruitland police obtained a search warrant. According to the court documents, police forced entry. So they forced entry. So this doesn't sound like this was worked out with the Wandras prior to. So they forced entry into the Wandras' home at 9:30 p.m. on Friday night. This is something I was unaware of as to what time they were there. Where they and Friday night was, hold on, where's my phone? Let me go to my calendar. I was at the 11th or the 12th. Let me look at the calendar. Where is my calendar? There's my calendar. So Friday night would have been the 11th. So they actually forced their way into the home Friday night at 9:30. And that was on November 11th, where they found Sandra Wandra in the living room. She was detained and read a copy of the search warrant. So she was only detained that evening. Officials said that Sarah Wandra maintained that she definitely did not kill that boy and said that Most High God already told me who did it. She reported to police, "Oh, wow. The Most High God just told me that Stacy was the one who killed him and buried him in the yard of the neighbor's house." This is what's concerning me, because the neighbor's house, two of the people in the neighbor's house, if it's, I'm pretty sure they got, I think they're the last, I have to look at actually, let's just look here now. Why is this not going? Yeah, they're on the corner. Their home is on the corner. So turn this around. So there's the Wandra's house right there. They're a corner house. The only neighbor's house to them is 1100. The 1100 has 2 RSOs that live in it. So you can imagine my concern when I hear that he was killed and buried in the yard of the neighbor's house. So I'm wondering if it's right on the border of the fence from their house to the neighbor's house. I don't know. That's to me a little concerning in this article. When asked later to show police where the boy was buried, according to the affidavit, she told police of a spot near the entry of her residence and said Stacy had buried him in the backyard by the shed. Police said at that point they had begun hand digging a portion of the Wandra's yard based on the information received from Stacy. Right here. right there. I wish I could make this bigger, but I can't. Let me see if I can make this just a tad bit bigger. Not really that much, but it says police said at that point they had begun hand digging a portion of the Wandra's yard based on the information received from Stacy. Stacy is the husband half. Stacy is the one that Sarah is pointing the finger at as saying that God told her that he did it. I don't believe God told her anything. I think she witnessed something with her own eyes and kept her mouth shut. And then her and her husband tried to play off like this was okay and that there are these godly people. And it makes me wonder what in the world happened. Sarah Wandra was arrested and told police, God told me that Stacy was the one who did it, adding that she knew the body was in the neighbor's yard because that's what Stacy just told me. Then she corrected herself and said that's what God told her, according to the affidavit. She allegedly reiterated to police that she had nothing to do with Michael's disappearance. She said her husband buried Michael in the backyard by the shed, but wasn't the one who actually harmed the boy. She said instead that a man identified only as Adrian, many people were asking who Adrian is. This is where Adrian comes in, as Adrian had been the one that had done it, and he was scared to tell anybody. So again, this is where that information came from, but it does imply that Stacy is in fact talking in jail about this case and about what happened. Who is he saying did this? Is he pointing the finger at his wife, or is he also pointing the finger at this mysterious Adrian? I'm curious. Betty, when you click the link in my email, go to community. I don't know if I can. Yeah, I see Reverend Donna's stuff. I'll go over there here in just a moment, and just give me a little bit and we'll go over that. Just a second. I think there were a couple of super stickers that may have came in, I believe. I'm not sure if it's this one or if I was just missing them. Let's see here. There's one that came in for $4.99. Hold on, let me just see who that was, and let me see if I can. Okay, this was Betty. Is it possible to live? Oh, that was for the court hearing in Chatham County. Yes, there is a way, but we weren't ready for it this morning. Therefore, I didn't have it prompted up. I could probably go back and look at some archive of their hearing. Brittany, who is Adrian? That's who I was just talking about in this report. It's somebody that Sarah stated was the culprit as to who did this. But my problem is there's a few things. Brandy said in one of her videos, she wanted people to quit, getting muddying in. Like apparently somebody's calling and interrogating. I don't know if interrogation was the right word to use, but definitely there are people calling the neighbors and communities, people that live in that community and asking them questions. I want to let you know, I'm not one of those people. There are other people that do that kind of work. And, when they do it, we discuss it, but I don't do that. Would I, if I was up that day and I was thinking and firing on all cylinders, I would have probably been the one that pissed Brandy off that day, because I would have probably called the neighbors myself. I'm glad it wasn't me. I'm glad I was in bed. I'm glad I didn't talk to anybody. Otherwise, I'd have been blamed for that too, right? So it was one of those things where, yes, but now that we're seeing some of this information come out, the neighbors at 1100, at the end of the day, they are both RSOs. The husband and the wife are RSOs. And we're hearing that somebody else may have been involved in this. And we're hearing that he is buried in between. It sounds like, I'm reading what it says. And it sounds like that he is buried somewhere between the Wandra's yard and the neighbor's yard. They're on a corner lot. So what other neighbor are they sharing a fence and that area with? So it makes me feel the reason why potentially Brandy was really irate wasn't necessarily that they were reaching out to neighbors, because every reporter out there was probably talking to neighbors and people in the community about what they thought about this whole entire thing, how it's affected them, did they know them. Every reporter is going to be asking the standard questions, no different than what was asked by the neighbor previously. Any reporter would be out there walking and knocking, trying to get some insight on what was going on there. But it is, she was highly upset because she said other people are involved. So, Brandy was informed that by Police Chief J.D. Huff, that they unfortunately are looking for Michael's remains, which I can't imagine what that kind of news did to Brandy. But this idea that they're not looking for Michael's remains is not true. I mean, this is what they're looking for. He has been gone for a year and a half. We knew going into this case, just statistically alone, the timing put him in a very low percentile of coming back alive. It's the ugly part of these cases. I mean, the ugly part is what happens to them, but all this stuff that comes out after is got to be hard. Brandy, her world is crashing in on her, and I can't imagine what that's like. And I can't imagine us being up here talking about her son's case is helping her. And I get that. But at the end of the day, this is a national case. This is a high profile case, and everybody and their mother is covering it. So I'm very fortunate and humble that we were able to go out there and help, and not just help, but also let people know that we're hating on this family, that they didn't have anything to do with it. And can you believe that's still going on in this case? There are still people out there blaming this family, still thinking that they had something to do with their son's disappearance. And to me, it's disgusting. Brandy's daughter is in comments also. So it is so disturbing. I can't even imagine what she's feeling. Yeah, I mean, you can't imagine what this family's feeling unless you have gone through it. And even if you've gone through it, your feelings and their feelings are still polar opposites, because we're not all designed the same. She said the neighbor by the shed, they are on opposite sides. I think Sarah's like, oh, I absolutely, Trina, I agree 100%. I absolutely think Sarah's lying. I absolutely think that Sarah knows and witnessed what happened to that boy. And I think she tried to cover it up with God. She tried to act like she didn't have a part in it, that her husband didn't have a part in it, whatever their twisted, sick reasons for taking this child. It makes me angry to think what this child went through. Beyond angry. Yes, if you guys would like your No Justice, No Peace shirt, Team Foul Play shirt, you can go over to Sonia. And Sonia, Dolly Vision wants the Foul Play Dolly Betty shirt. He saw it on me when I was out in front of Leilani's house, and he's like, I like that shirt. He's like, oh, look, it even has Dolly on it. I'm like, yeah, Dolly and Betty. So he likes it. I like it. So if you guys want your Team Foul Play shirt, hit Sonia up and she will get that out to you. Let's see. Let's just keep going here. I think they all had a hand in this baby's death. Now they're rolling on each other. Yes. Well, this is kind of what I'm thinking. Again, this is just speculation and, just my thought process on this particular case is that, they apparently have some sort of drug paraphernalia that she was arrested for. What does that drug paraphernalia mean? Was it real heavy drugs, or was it something like rolling paper and some weed residue? I don't know. But I can tell you that their behavior seems a little odd. Their behavior seems a little odd. What were they doing down that road? It doesn't seem like they have clientele down that road. What were they doing down that road? It seems to me that they were leaving and saw this child standing in the road, one or both of them. Okay. Let me pull this back up. Why is it not going to the map? Why is it not going to the map? I don't want to play smart here. It's not going to the map. Let me see, visit. It's not going to my map. I don't know why. Anybody know what I'm doing wrong? Let's go back here. All right, there we go. Hide this comment. So here's Michael's home. I'm not sure why. Oh, because I got it off. Hold on, let me go over here and put it back on. So here's Michael's last sighting right here. This is the driveway out of this community, and they live back in the back part of this community. Okay. So they'd come out here. I think what they did is whoever was leaving and probably drove past here, saw this little boy sitting out here in this, because it would have been a perfect line of sight. They probably stopped their vehicle and turned down here and probably stopped to talk to him. That's what I think happened. I don't think that they hit this child with a car. I think they just happened to be driving out of their community, happened to look out there down this road at the time Michael was standing here at this intersection of Arizona and 9th. That's what I think happened. It was literally a crime of opportunity. What made them do that? What made them? I don't know. Was it them, or was it one of the people, the roommates that was living there? Or was it because they have this friendly connection with the two RSOs next door? Maybe the communications with the RSO next door, talking about some of his heydays, may have done something in these people's minds. We don't know. We don't know what happened. What I do know is that when I got involved in this, I remember speaking to the representative for Brandy and talking to her about some of my thoughts, some of the work that I've done, with the RSOs in this. And I remember telling her one of the very first conversations is, I can't tell you what I'm going to find when I get there, but what I can tell you is that this looks like somebody in that community. It doesn't look like that he got out of this community. That's what I said first, before I even landed one foot in this town. I said that wherever he is, he's somewhere closer than they think. And she agreed. We were told early on, that there was something going on with this community across the street. Where we're looking at right here, this area here, to really search this area. Again, that was at that time, confidential communications and stuff like that. Never brought that to the people here, and still have not brought to the specificity. But, we knew, we were identified, this area back in the back that may have had some potential of something going on with Michael's case. So we went out there and looked and actually got out of the vehicle and started walking and knocking and handing out flyers in this area of the community, just to find out if anybody heard anything, if anybody knew anything, all these things. I got them on video. I put everybody on video that we walked. And I remember driving very slowly on that back road back there, looking for all the, Ring doorbell cameras, anybody with cameras out there. We identified a lot of people with cameras. I just recently found out that a lot of people had installed those cameras, a lot of those Ring doorbell cameras, after Michael had vanished. And so a lot of these cameras may not have been there or functioning a year and a half ago on July 27th, 2021. So just some information, about that. But this community, I think, and I'm still questioning that whole Honda Pilot. And there was something that somebody said on Justice for All page, and the way that they alleged it is like, the pilot, the white Honda Pilot is not connected to this, but the way the reporter said was it's not connected to, the way they said it, it almost implied that there was a white Honda Pilot connected to that address in the past. It was weird. I don't know. Maybe I just misunderstood it or something. I even questioned it, but I had to have been misunderstanding it, because even there, with all this other stuff, it was just crazy. Guys, I want you to report the trolls, because they're doing something behind the scenes on YouTube. So don't just delete these people that are being nasty and saying horrible things in here and just harassing. I want them reported to YouTube as well before they're blocked. This will help them get their accounts removed quicker. And so I just want to make sure that for some of these that we're, depending on what they're saying, like this one with, strangler, first of all, that's an untrue statement, period. Being arrested for something and actually doing something is the difference. So get your facts straight. An affidavit is only an allegation of something. It's not fact, and can't be used as fact in a court of law. So, I mean, the affidavit itself on its own merit could, but they can't survive it, right? You got to have more than just an affidavit from a pissed off ex-husband. You got to be able to prove the case. And trust me, you hit on somebody, you violate somebody, you do these despicable things, you will be found guilty in a court of law. Okay? So nobody can escape crime. They're trying to cut a deal, in my opinion. I think what may have transpired, again, just speculation. It's not really even an opinion. It's speculative. It really is speculative. I believe he started hearing some of the time he was going to do for his second federal crime, because this is not the first time he's been a felon with firearm, a felon in possession of a firearm. Sorry, guys. This is not his first charge of this. This is actually his second charge. So he's done this once before. They're probably going to throw the book at him. He's probably looking at his charges and listening to how much time he's going to get. And if he had nothing to do with this, which I don't believe, because in the grand scheme of things, it's more likely that the male did something as opposed to the female. Is that always the case? No, of course not. I mean, we're using statistics. Even statistics have, even in statistics, they say XYZ will be female, right? So it's just, there are, even in statistics, even the low portion of the statistics, you can still fall into that smaller portion of the statistics as opposed to the larger portion of the statistics. That's the whole purpose of statistics. But for the grand scheme of things, I do believe that he's looking at doing a significant amount of time for this. After all this stuff happened, they were probably living on cloud 9. And then the first arrests come in, and both her and her husband are arrested back in April. She gets out, he doesn't. She knows that this is probably starting to close in on her, probably wondering how they knew about the identifier, this, that, and the other. They're probably thinking it's because they sold this gun. And little did they know, they arrested him to sell, for selling the gun. And then they set everything up in place to start monitoring that family because of those federal charges. Now the FBI is involved and can have a lot more resources to use in investigative cases than not. So they've had him in jail, and they've probably been monitoring everything that Sarah's been saying since she was out of jail. But again, this is a law enforcement agency that had a high-profile case. He was able to manage the high-profile case, still keep the integrity of this investigation, and still not prevent media or social media from doing what it does. This is to show the rest of the world that following the law as it is written and allowing everybody to do what they are allowed to do under the law does not hinder investigations. It doesn't. JD Huff played it close to his chest. YouTubers played it close to their chest. And, it's just one of those things. So again, you're allowed to have a high profile case with media and social media, interviewing people and all these other things that go along with what journalism is all about and the freedom of press and things of that nature. And it is amazing to me, that law enforcement can still conduct an investigation, still get their man or woman, and still have a successful prosecution. And this will be a successful prosecution, I guarantee it. They've executed their strategy very, very well in law enforcement. So again, they get an A+ from Bullhorn Betty, even though they did have an error by not speaking to Brandy prior to this lady going to court. Let's be honest. And that was truly a huge ball to be dropped. But at the end of the day, if that's the worst that's going to happen in this case is doing pretty darn good. Does that mean that this is the only thing that they're going to hit? The only wall they're going to hit in this investigation? No. They have made leaps and bounds, with what they are doing in this case. I'm very proud of JD Huff and his team. Brandy, she has been the mother of the year. I mean, this woman has been through hell and back and still had to take care of 3 other children. Her husband has been through hell and back and still had to take care of 3 other children. Her father-in-law, again, great people. They didn't deserve this. Michael didn't deserve this. But I hope she puts the blame where blame needs to be. And at the end of the day, the blame needs to be on the people that caused her and her son harm. Not the people that are monitoring this case, not the people that are investigating this case, not the people that are, publicizing this case. That's not the enemy. The enemy are the people that did this to Michael. What else do we have here? Oh, illusions. But Brandy said 3 days ago he was going neighbor to neighbor to neighbor, etc., looking for kids to play with. I think he came up at the wrong place. No. They were on the other side he was on his road, and there's a few doors in that general vicinity, like where her house is. And then I know exactly which houses he went to knock on the doors with the neighbors. And it wasn't way over on the other side of the community. The only way they would have seen him is if they were driving by and he was right there, because we all know his last sighting. We've known this from day one. His last sighting was right there on Arizona and 9th. And it just so happens that the people from the Wanderers community just happened to have to pass that Arizona road. And if he was standing out in the middle of the road, I can see them drive, because that road's not fast. You're not driving 45 miles an hour. Now, granted, they're just turning. So they're probably going 15 or 20 miles an hour at the most when they pass that road. And it's nothing to stop a car quickly and do a turn at that road. So I think there was something related to when they passed, and who was it? I did hear, again, I'm hearing through the grapevine. I still have not watched the video. I want to watch it. I will watch it as soon as we wrap up here with, screw it. Let's see how many plays he's got on it. Hold on a second. Okay, well, he's got 20 hours. I really don't want to play it for you guys. I really want you to go over to Jonathan Lee Riches Investigates and play it for yourself. It's this one right here. Yep, so let me take this down. It's this one right here. It says break-in Caesar Garudo. So if nothing more, what he's uncovering is that at the end of the day, the Wanderers were hanging around with really despicable people. We got their neighbors next door to them and one of their friends in the car that have horrible, horrible records when it comes to children. So the Wanderers were actually hanging out with people that had these kinds of charges in their back, and it's multiple people. Okay? multiple people that are RSOs, multiple people in and around their life that were RSOs. Is this a ring in that community we don't know about, at the underbelly of this Fruitland, Idaho population? Because quite frankly, you know, I don't know if I have, maybe I do. I don't know if I hang out or associated or have one family member that has been convicted or accused of a crime such as this, let alone having 3 people in and around my world, close to my world, that are RSOs. That's the problem I'm having here. Why are there so many RSOs around the Wandras? That needs to be the question we're asking. And again, it saddens me that this is the revelation we are learning. Muffy, Dragon Slayer, am I timed out for something? I can see you on here just fine. If you are, guys, please be patient with the mods. This chat moves very, very quickly with 1,500 people in chat. And sometimes they're trying to take away a comment above you. It may even be 5 spaces above you, but by the time you hit it, it goes boom, and they've erased or removed a comment or timed out somebody by accident. It is just simply by accident. Anna, yes, Stacy is a male. Stacy James Wandra, that is correct. Hakuna, I'm saying that right. Sorry, I might be butchering you up. What else do we have here? Sorry, I'm trying to answer all your questions about this. I've been a subscriber for a month and my comments keep getting deleted. Why? I'm only asking about the ring cams on people's doors. Joey D, I don't know. You shouldn't be, your comments shouldn't be deleted. If you can let me know who's deleting your comments, I'd greatly appreciate it. But I'm not seeing them on my end. Yes, guys, don't forget to thumb this up. Let me see where we are on our likes here. So we have, wow, we don't even have 1,000 likes, but we've had over over 7,000 views on this video so far, and we don't even have 1,000 likes. So I'm going to step away. I'll play you guys some music, go out there and get these thumbs up. When I come back in here, I want to make sure that those thumbs are over 1,000. So give me just a second. I just need to use the restroom. I'll kill this song in just a second.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay.
Okay, we can be okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for giving me just a few moments to use the bathroom after 3 hours. You can only imagine, like, especially drinking gallons of coffee, right? Because good morning, bitches. We have 1,400. Yeah, we had a few more watching prior to, but yeah. So let me just check this. Make sure that we're still in good graces. We're still in good graces. Thank God. Thank God. Adrian, Texas is where they were when they posted the video the day of his disappearance. Maybe that's where she's getting Adrian. Is Adrian a town? It sounds like Adrian might be a town that she visited. That might be why, because when people make up things on a fly. They have to pull it from realistic and reality. You know, even though they're lying, they have to. It's not that, but okay, it's okay. I think there's a mod who doesn't like me. I ask it again. Joey D, whoever, I don't know who Joey D is, but for the sake of argument, let's leave Joey D and his comments alone, please. Unless I see something coming in that's absolutely horrible, let's leave him be. Whitley saying, yes, Adrian, Texas. So it sounds like they may have been to Adrian, Texas. That may be where Adrian came from. She probably just pulled it out of her thing. Let me go see how we're doing on our live count. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're almost to 1,000 likes, folks. We're almost there. We're at 984 according to my records. According to my records, 984. We need 16. Is that 60? 26. That's where they went to get the dog. Wow. Eastern. Yeah, that's interesting. Interestingly, she drove to Texas in a TikTok September 2021. And that's when all of her religious experiences and stuff like that happened. If she drove to Texas 2021, and that's when they started feeling like they were liberated by God. That might be a clue, folks. To be honest with you, that may very well be a clue, because we know. Let's think about this. Let's process this, folks. Let's like literally process this. So we're all watching things unfold on YouTube and all other social media. They're going crazy over this new revelation. And again, at the end of the day, before we start going down this rabbit hole, I want to say we need to be putting Brandy, her family, and Michael in our prayers. Okay. This cannot be easy for any parent. It definitely cannot be easy for YouTube, ripping this case apart and analyzing every little piece of this case. But that is what YouTube does. That's what I do. That's what we do for every case. This case is no different. Just like when I met with Brandy, you know, at the end of the day, we always talk about the people in and around the victim and work our way out. Those people have to be looked into, whether we believe that they had anything to do with it or not. It is just, that's what we have to do. If we keep the same process over and over and over again, dealing with these cases, you know, they'll all function the same way, and the information will come in the same way. So that's why we do that. But here is a key. As people are diving into this case and tearing the Wandras and, you know, being up in every orifice that is imaginable related to these suspects in this case, right? One thing we have learned is that she had a TikTok page, and he even had a TikTok page. Let's look at it. I mean, we've got them still up from yesterday. We still have them up from yesterday. That is, it's true. Let me close this. If I can close this, I'll close. There we go. And what we noticed, here's one, is that they really didn't start. This is on Stacy's page. And look here, September 29th. Listen to this post. Listen to this post. Today I'm feeling blessed. My heart has been caught in a consuming fire. The fire of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. If any of my friends out there, or if there's anyone in the world who wants to feel the joy and happiness I'm feeling, well, come on then and let's walk this path together. Don't focus on what you're missing in your life, or what you don't have, or what you next purchase, what your next purchase is. Focus on Jesus. And focus on Jesus. He's the only one we need in this world. And he goes on to say this. This happened in September 2029. Why are they feeling so relieved in September of 2021? Especially since this is the time they drove to Texas. This might actually very well be a key, because we noticed, even in Sarah's TikTok account, all of these are like 2 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think it's right here or here is September 2021. And then you have all of these things being posted after September 2021. Acting as if she's this God, this Holy Ghost. She's really fighting with herself. We see her crying a lot. We see her struggling with something. And it's a lot because, again, 2019 to 2021, you're only got 7 videos here in a 2-year period. And then from 2021 to current, you have all of these. It's insane. It is insane. She never used this until after Michael Monkey Vaughn disappeared. But it all happened September 2021. This is when all these things started happening. Yep, sorry guys. Let me get this. Hold on. Pull this off. This is why I don't like these things. I hate Facebook because all these things, every time I open up a thing, it always opens up all of them. Sorry about that. But you get here. Let me see if I can go back down there. Because we went through so much of her. We went through more of her Facebook page than we did of that of. Oh, what's this? March 23rd. Hold on, we're seeing something on. Me sneaking our friend a piece of chocolate. And look what they're driving. They're driving a white car, but it's not a Pilot. It's an Escalade. And how do we know that's what she handed them? Just because she says it's a piece of chocolate, we know that she's been convicted of, or not convicted, she's been charged with drugs, at least drug paraphernalia. I'm curious as to what that drug paraphernalia was. So I'm trying to get down there, but it's taking me forever. I forgot how long it took me to get to her page before. So I'll just keep working on this and talk to you guys so you guys don't have to watch this. But there's a lot of weird stuff on here. But what's even more weird, I think people state, is the missing boys flyer on their refrigerator. Like they were literally reminded of that every day. And it makes, many people know the criminal mind. You look at the victim, like think about it. I don't know if they would have buried this child in their yard if they didn't want to see this child or being reminded of this child every single day. It was almost, when you're profiling people, one of the things that is disgusting to me is the behavior of these types of offenders and things of that nature. Now, Stacy is not, Stacy and Sarah did not, I lost my train of thought. I'm just going to keep going. I have a mixed bag of emotions when it comes to this case, but, and I don't want to overstep what I think really happened because I know family and everything. I'm going to let that come out kind of organically, but there's more here, and I believe there's more here. And like I said, it's disgusting to me because we have now identified at least 3 RSOs that hang around this family, this particular Wandra family. They have a cozy relationship with the neighbor, which the husband and wife are RSOs. They had somebody that was in their car that was identified as another RSO. So it makes me wonder what stuff these people were in. So it looks like everything before September has been removed from her page. And I remember going through her page, but this page here only goes to November 15th, 2021. And, but again, we did look at Stacy's page, and Stacy had some stuff there, but she just started getting ultra religious around that September mark. So that's really all I was saying, is that this could be a clue. If she went to Texas, how do we know that there was not a relocation process in September 2021? Because it appears to me that it was September 2021 when they felt this relief, when they felt like they were in the clear. They felt that they were freed from whatever bondage they had to whatever happened. It seems it was that September 2021 that they started feeling more comfortable, more relaxed, that they felt like God had absolved them of everything that they have done. That really is kind of what I got. And then we find out that they went to Texas in September. It's kind of, I don't know. Not sure, but the day of his disappearance, they posted the video, and there's a sign of Adrian, Texas in that video. It's crazy to me, to be honest with you. Oh, thank you, love. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Super stickers and super chats are what keeps this channel alive. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super sticker. Absolutely. Thank you. Gigi, it will change your life, and it's hilarious, and you'll never view haters the same. There must be Stephers views on, I'm starting to embrace the haters. I'm still going to sue the hell out of a lot of them, but that comes in time. I'm not going to be dumping out thousands of dollars this month to go after them, but I will be going after them little by slow, and you're going to hear them cry like little babies. And when they start crying like little babies, you can laugh at them and say, well, you know what? It's not like I haven't told people, and it's not like I haven't given them enough time to correct their behaviors. Go find somebody else to pick on, but they refuse to. So I don't want to hear them when they start getting court stuff in there, because they keep thinking, oh, she's not going to sue. That's what they're telling them. I'm not going to sue you. Okay, well, you know what? Give it some time. Just got home. I've been on the road. Give it some time. I don't want to be. Don't you think I have better things to do than sue people? Of course I do. Let's see what happens. Hey, honey. I can barely hear you. You sound like a robot. Oh. There's no way. I'd like to see what evidence they have on that. Yeah, that's it. That's crazy. And I would ask them what So I just got off the phone with Wanda. That's what the phone call was. I didn't want to put her on here because she didn't know she was live. So I just got off the phone with Wanda. They postponed it. They postponed their hearing. Officer Cartwright was there. They've got her husband there for disorderly conduct. Listen to what they arrested her for. Are you guys ready for this? We all watched the videos, right? We all watched the videos. They got her for improper parking. They arrested her and charged her, and she's going to court. She's like, that's not what I was arrested for. And the judge looked at her and said, ma'am, that's what your charges are. She wasn't even in a car. They tried to say something to the effect of she was honking a horn. How in the world do you honk a horn when she is literally in the video in front of a vehicle? I mean, I don't want her to be charged for being in front of the vehicle. Let me get this straight. But at the end of the day, this is the garbage that I was talking about in Chatham County, where they didn't care what they arrested you for. They didn't care what they put on your charges. They didn't care. That's illegal as hell. You can't falsely arrest somebody and then make up charges to throw them in jail. This is the kind of garbage going on in Chatham County. Yes, she was charged with illegal parking. And then I was like, well, even with that charge, I would have looked at the judge and said, so now in Chatham County, if you're illegally parked, you go to jail? You get handcuffed and booked? What is going on with this county? This is freaking ridiculous. Seriously ridiculous. My mind just was blown. I'm like my brain just popped out. It's like, what? So they're going to get themselves public counsel. I'm hoping, I think that with that charge, Wanda just got a free pass, because obviously the charge that she's charged with, she did not do. So it's like, I hope she gets a civil. We need to find an attorney in Georgia, because they're going to need help. I definitely need somebody to sit with me out there while I'm conducting my live, so I don't get bothered with by law enforcement and my rights are not violated. So that's what's going to end up having to happen. I'm sorry, it's scary. They say it's not a hereditary thing, but I'm not taking a chance. I'm walking into the middle of a conversation. Mama Mia, to my sons. Oh my God, Bullhorn, did you get, they own any property? And Adrian, just asked, could the baby be there? No, but I do find it awfully funny that they made a trip in September 2021. And then boom, all of a sudden they have all these religious posts about how they've been absolved and how they're walking this great path with the Lord and all this, that, and the other. And it's like, it makes you wonder, what was that trip really to? So hopefully they're taking note that they went to Adrian, Texas, especially if she's saying that Adrian did it. It just seems awfully suspect. It seems awfully suspect. I have questioned whether they were the ones that actually picked him up. I believe that they were. I believe that whoever these other people are not the people. I mean, think about it. If I had a roommate here and my roommate brought a kid here and off the kid, I'm not going out in the backyard with a freaking shovel. Are you effing kidding me? You're getting the hell out of my house, and you're getting the hell out of my house right now before I call the law. And not only that, they're like, there was something that I read in one of these things. I'm not sure which one, but there was something I read in one of these things. And one of these things basically stated that the other person did this and they were scared to tell. I think it was the article we just read, scared to tell. As soon as that person left your house, the threat is gone. The threat is gone. So why did it prevent them from calling? Because it wasn't somebody else. It was them. That is the only reason why they didn't call. They didn't do this for a friend. I'm sorry. I don't know any friend of mine that I'm willing to bury a body for. I don't know about you, but I don't know any of my friends that I'm willing. Not even my BFF, the one I talk about, Miss Laura, that I love and adore. Did you see Sarah's TikTok where you can hear Michael's name in the background? I posted it at my YouTube. No, I didn't hear that, Whitley. I didn't hear that at all. If you want to play it, hold on. Let's see if I can go over here. Hold on, give me just a second. Give me just a second. You're gonna have to send me a link because I'm not. You're gonna have to send me a link to it, hon. I don't know, Whitley. You're gonna have to send me a link. You need to watch the Cat Williams video, haters. I just posted it on the Facebook group. Okay, stuffers, we'll do. Thank you for thumbing. Are we over 1,000? You guys rock if we are. Yes, we've made it over 1,000. Over 1,000 likes on here. I gotta tell you, like these. Oh, never mind. I'm not even gonna go into it. It's not about them. They never talked about anything, but one of y'all never ever anything toward the case or search for new information. I don't understand. I'm not sure what, there's some misspellings there, so I'm not quite following that. I really hope the creators that accused Brandy and her husband of doing something horrible to their child will never accuse again without real facts. I feel so bad for them. Me too. And you know, those same creators that dogged the hell out of this family are now trying to pat themselves on the back and say, attaboy, that they are the ones that brought these Wandras, that they talked about the Wandras. I don't know if that's necessarily factual that they talked about the Wandras specifically in connection with Michael Vaughn's case. But again, it is possible. There's a lot of information, a lot of hate information that went around about Brandy that I did not watch, about Brandy and Tyler. Again, I wasn't too familiar with the news or this case too much. I just saw the passion of this one mom, Brandy Neal, out there trying to fight for her son whenever I was monitoring the Summer Wells and working the Summer Wells case. And, you know, then I was trying to get up to snuff on this case, and I was getting, you know, people were telling me it was this way or that way, and I was looking at it, and I literally went to meetings and everything like that, took a bunch of notes, and I was trying to make the dots fit the way they were making the dots fit, and it just wasn't working for me, you know, with my experience and my knowledge and stuff like that. And so I decided that it was time for us to make a trip out there. It wasn't a trip that was created or talked about. I mean, the first person that brought up the trip to Idaho was myself. And actually, I think it was Dolly. I take that back. I think it was Dolly, and I invited myself. And I invited a few other people, right? But it ended up being nobody could go at that time but Dolly and myself. So that's how that all worked out. But there was multiple people. But yes, I did invite myself because it was a case I wanted to know. It was a case that we had already sponsored the banner on, and I wasn't going to have a banner put up that we sponsored without me, right? So, and I wanted to really know about this case because this was the case that was going on in conjunction with Summer Wells that I was not able to really touch base on or have heads or tails. In the back of my mind, did I ever believe, I never really believed Brandy had anything to do with this case because she was at work. Did I question whether Tyler had anything to do with this case? Of course, who wouldn't? That would be stupid not to look at all the people in and around that had contact with this child. So naturally we did. But again, I talked to you guys about the Stephanie Shennefield case, right? This one right here, and her roommate, and how her roommate, when I interviewed him, was normal and believable, and I trusted everything that came out of his mouth, even though he had tattoos, and you know, you could tell he was, you know, in drugs and stuff like that. But when I was talking to him and the way he was answering the questions, he was very truthful throughout that day. Mind you, we were the first people that talked to him. By you know, a couple hours in, they had multiple news crews out there, multiple people talking, and you could tell he was getting nervous because he was a big guy, he was missing some teeth, he was a drug addict, but very smart. But he also was smart enough to know that People close to her are going to most likely be accused. And he started getting really nervous, started pulling the girls back, asking the media. Now, mind you, we had already spoken with them. We weren't part of the media that he was telling to stop talking to them. We were just there spectating at that point. We had already spoken to Stephanie's friends and family. But he started getting really, really weird. And really, really weird, really, really quick. And it started putting off all these red flags. Like, you know, he could potentially, because of his weird behavior. His weird behavior was derived because he was getting nervous that he would be accused, and it made him start doing weird stuff. So it is possible that the stress alone of a case like this can make you do weird stuff because you already have guilt. For example, Tyler would have been feeling guilty, feeling responsible. He is a father. He is a man. This happened under his watch and only his watch. This had to have killed him. Then people blaming him, people blaming the family, people blaming Brandy covering up. Every time he went to the news and was interviewed, he started shaking. And it was uncontrollable. That was involuntary. People took that as his guilt. That wasn't his guilt of doing something to his son. That was his guilt of not protecting his son. He was trembling at the thought of what happened. That wasn't nervousness. That was trembling. Could trembling be associated with nervousness? Yes. But sometimes trembling and nervousness is not associated with doing something wrong. But in this particular case was him not keeping track of his son and something happening under his watch. And people misread that. And I actually told this story about Stephanie's roommate multiple times. Again, this happened, I want to say this was back in May of this year. This is back when J.D. Huff came out and told everybody that the parents weren't the focus of this investigation. Nobody wanted to believe. Everybody wants to believe law enforcement when law enforcement is saying what the people want them to say. When the law enforcement doesn't say what people want to say, they don't believe them. I don't quite get that, but that's kind of how it all works. It just shows how crooked they are. Yeah, I know. What a joke. How does a judge? I know she was arguing, and he's like, "Hey, look, this is what your charges are." That's what she basically said, and she's like she didn't even know what her damn charges were. Like, she was arrested and booked and didn't even know what her charges were. And she goes into court today and finds out that she's charged for illegally parking. Well, what car are you referring to? Because I'd like to see the tag number of the car that's parked illegally. That is such crappy police work. Yes, that is what's happening in Chatham County. That's why I said when I go back down there, I want to have an attorney sitting next to me. I really do. Because I'm not going to go to jail. You arrest me falsely. Believe me, well, we all know how Bullhorn Betty rolls, so we're not even going to say it. They're counting their blessings for getting away with murder, but they didn't get away with murder. They're not getting away with murder. They're not. Now, even in Quentin Simon, I don't know. I mean, you never know. You never know. I still am, I'm still hopeful that they find Quentin Simon. I'm still hopeful for that. I'm still hopeful that, the anthropologist or whoever that needs to do this, I don't know if a pathologist is going to do it because there's nothing really left. But bone doctors definitely might be able to make heads or tails of what happened to Quentin Simon if they can find him. Believe it or not, it is amazing what they can do with bones and tissue, for that matter, and tissue. They can find out a lot. Hold on here. I got some messages here. What are they saying? There's not. I thought I had more messages, but I guess not. Oh, there they are. What the that is not funny. So this is, I don't even know if I can say this online. I really don't. Holy crap. So this Caesar Garudo that was identified as being a friend, another RSO, his Instagram, if there's any children in this or watching this, have them step away, please. Caesar Garudo. Caesar the fucking Biatch is the name. That's his username. His biography is AKA COCK Destroyer. I like my boys young and So you guys get the drift. So obviously this if that's not, I mean, that looks like it came from a report. So if that came from a report, that means that's associated with that email, which is associated with that person. And it looks like one of the guys in the back seat that was reported, that Caesar Garudo or whatever his name is, apparently likes young boys. So again, not sure if this is connected. All I know is I can say right now is that there are a lot of weird type of people hanging out with the Wandras. And it makes you wonder, like, what their intentions with Michael were, and the thought is just making me sick to my stomach, and I don't even want to go to that. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole just yet. Hold on, let me go. Hold on, Whitley, I see you. Hold on just a second. Give me just a second, Whitley. I'll say hi so we can communicate. Hopefully it'll let me do this. Let's see what this.
So I wanted to share something with you. So in, I believe it's Leviticus, or I'll have to go look it up, but basically it talks about tattoos being a sin. So I have 2 tattoos. I have them on my back, and I was in the shower today, and God kind of like stopped me in my tracks for a second. He was like, because when I got them on my back, I got them there so I didn't have to look at them. And he said, that's kind of like what everyone does with their sin. We put it behind us so we don't have to look at it. But to really see your need for Jesus, you got to look at your ugly sin and stare it dead in the face. Because when you stare it dead in the face, you'll see your need for Jesus. Because there's no one else that can save you from it. So I wanted to share something with you.
So that was that. Let me get this off. So that was that. Again, sorry guys, I'm trying to keep you guys. That's what bad thing about Facebook is once you hit the messenger, it pops up. I don't know how to disable the pop-up on my Facebook. If somebody knows how, please let me know, because I do not like the pop-ups on Facebook. I like everything else, just not pop-ups on Facebook. And yes, that's what we, so this is, this, it's not like the stuff that YouTubers do is absolutely horrible. I know it's painful for the family to listen to and watch and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, this is what we do. I mean, we do investigate, and that people sleuth. Again, this is not information I provided. This is not even information ICU provided. This is something that another creator sleuthed around, found this person, and brought it to YouTube. And now we're able to really look into this man, and we're finding some really despicable posts. And again, another person that was in and around the Wandras, another sick individual, another RSO. So now we have 2 neighbors of the Wandras that are RSOs, and this friend of theirs that's an RSO that proclaims to like young kids, predominantly boys. So I think this is kind of giving us a good picture of what the Wandras are all about. I'm sorry. But, you know, you don't see me out there with 3 people in my history hanging out with people like this. This sounds like, sorry, this sounds like something a little more involved, if you ask me. And this is probably why the family is upset with people poking around, because not everybody has been charged in this. It sounds like there was multiple people that knew about this, multiple people that I was up all night sleuthing Caesar. He's definitely involved and probably dug hole. Wow. So this is the power of YouTube. You know, whether people like it or don't like it, it does derive a lot of information. Does it derive information? Does law enforcement already know about this? I believe they do. But at the end of the day, we probably should send an email over giving this lead about this gentleman, just in case they don't know about him. But I'm pretty sure that they're monitoring all the Facebook, or excuse me, all the social media. I'm sure they're monitoring a lot of us, as many law enforcement agents do, because we do cover this and we do have a way of finding out information. So it is, wow, this is kind of a little bit. Police need to be checking that guy out, Caesar. Yes, I agree. I agree. Caesar definitely needs to be checked out. He is somebody that was in and around the family. He was seen with the Wandras. This whole video of them going and getting candy and stuff like that, or handing somebody something. This guy looks like he's been in prison before, let's be honest. He looks like this guy does not look like I don't care what he looks like in some of his photos. This man does not look savory to me. He doesn't look like a Christian man to me. He looks like a real bad dude to me. I'm not sure how he looks to other people, but to me, he looks like a bad guy. People around him, I'm sure that he has, played, hid his true self from him. That's how these people are able to conduct life, is because they hide who they truly are from people. They are master manipulators. They're master manipulators. The word savory made me want to puke. Yeah, they're not savory people at all. Something went on in this house. Something very, very vile, very horrible went on in this home. And I think that that's kind of starting to paint its picture. We're having some stuff come in, but I can't pull it off here. Thank you, Paula. I'll have to look at all these. But it makes it hard for me to pull them off my my text messages for the case of this. But anyways, we're at the top of the we've been on here for 4 hours. I know Mama's easy tool. We may have to postpone dinner to tomorrow. I'm already tired. Who needs 2 grills? Yeah, that's a question. Hold on, what's this? Kids, this is the guy right here. That's the guy right there. That is Caesar. This is a haircut. Could he have had a different haircut that day? Could this have been the gentleman walking down the road by the splash pad? Yeah, it could very well be. It could very well be. I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all, but I think Stacy and Sarah both look like each other, related at all. I know it's gross, just something I noticed. Brittany, yeah, there's a lot of people that have, this is not the first time that that's been asked, at least to me, maybe not publicly, but yeah, there are some issues there, but I don't know if they necessarily look like each other, but it's possible. Who knows? I mean, it is a crazy world, and there are some sick people out there. Are they related? He resembles Stacy. I don't know. I don't know. They that's another question to ask. My husband has 3 smokers and 4 grills. I know. And people ask that all the time. I heard about the 2 grill thing, but if they're the same exact grill, then probably not. But like my friend has a pellet one. I think it's the Traeger. They have the green egg. They have a charcoal grill. They have a gas grill. And they have something else. So, and a smoker. So yeah, I have to say that multiple grills. I mean, I used to have, believe it or not, before I got my big Boss pit, I actually had 4. Yes, 4 of those, $45 grills. I used to have those and you're asking, why do you need 4 grills? I don't need 4 grills traditionally, like when I'm home by myself, but when I'm cooking a big meal for a lot of people, yeah, you have to have a grill that you can turn into a smoker, which I did by, it's a long story. I'm not going to go into the process. Maybe we'll go through a grilling process one day, but it's not going to be today. And then I had another one for, say, just chicken, another one for beef, and then another one for the vegetables. And you're like, well, why did you need 4 grills? Because I didn't want to spend the $700 for the big Boss. And it was a lot cheaper for me to spend $160, have 4 grills, and be able to put on a large meal for the people that came over here. So that's why I did it. But now I got the big Memphis Pit Boss. It's a 6-foot grill. It's got charcoal on one side, gas on the other. It's got a smoker in the middle, and all the utensil places I could possibly muster. It's a beautiful grill, and it cost me an arm and a leg to have, and it weighs a freaking ton. So what does it say? A 9-year-old Bentley stencil went missing in Wendell, North Carolina yesterday. All hands on deck. Needed to find out this child. Awareness is needed. Thank you. Thank you very much. So those that are in the North Carolina area, please be on the lookout for Bentley Stancil. Bentley Stancil, 9-year-old child that has disappeared. We'll be looking at that. Let me see if I can just look that up real quick. So just to bring a little more recognition to him, that's his face right there. For those that, are in the North Carolina area, please take a look at his face. If you see him anywhere, please be sure to reach out to law enforcement. Just pick up the phone, call 911. They will get you to the proper authorities. But again, this child is missing. There's an Amber Alert still in effect for him, missing out of North Carolina. Here is his, let's see if I can open this up a little bit bigger. So Wake County Sheriff's Office is looking for a 9-year-old boy. An Amber Alert is issued just before 9 p.m. Tuesday, hours after police initially announced their search. The Sheriff's Office said Bentley Stancil left his home on Tuesday morning on Outridge Drive in Wendell, walking to the bus stop, Quester Lane and Outridge Drive. Stancil did not get on the bus and was seen running into the woods across the street from Quester Lane. He was last seen at 10 a.m. on Tuesday near Hardy, which is at 2888 Wendell Drive. The Sheriff's Office said the Hardys is about 2 miles from the bus stop at Quester and Outridge. He's 4'7", dirty blonde hair, brown eyes, red glasses, as seen in this photo. And he was last seen wearing a black hoodie, jacket, blue jeans, and black sneakers. If you have any information, you're asked to call the Wake County Sheriff's Office at 919-856-6900. Again, this is the little boy that has been missing. It appears he walked to his bus stop, but never got on the bus and was seen running into the woods. So he very well may be lost at this time. Let's pray for his safe return home, and that he's reunited with his family swiftly and quickly. So off subject, what is everything those pictures people are saying about Summer? So off subject, Steffers is asking, what does everything of those pictures people are saying is Summer? I am not sure. I haven't heard about that. The last time I heard on anything on Summer's case is that Don Wells was getting released from jail, that the sheriff's pedo son is being released from jail, even though he should have been sentenced to 20 years and was sentenced to 20 years. But because of the cronyism and corruption in Hawkins County, he only had to serve a year. And it sounds like he served only a couple weeks and was set free, if my information is accurate. Just saying. Apparently it's okay to not to look at photos of kids in Hawkins County, but you can go to church and violate kids' trust and all that other stuff, and you will not do hardly anything in jail in Hawkins County. Similar to Chatham County, except you can kill kids in Chatham County, and if you walk down the street the wrong way, you're more likely to go to jail. So at least we weren't in fear or in jeopardy of going to jail while we were in Hawkins County. But it does. These are TikToks about her trips to Texas. A husband is with her. So it sounds like it was multiple trips to Texas. I don't know. I just think it's awfully funny. Yes, I am Team Summer. That at the end of the day is what we need to do. And it's not just Brandy and Tyler. It's their entire family. It's the entire community out there. You got to remember, a lot of these people have lived in this community their entire life and never have ever had anything like this happen. This is just one thing where a child that's gotten out of the house before, looking for older kids. It's not like he was, I was walking to school at 5. My parents, when I came home from school, my parents weren't home. My sister and I used to go swimming in our pool with no parental parents around. Like right now, they would be in jail for that. How times have changed. Do you know what I'm saying? How times have changed. But this is a beautiful community that this child should have felt safe, and he should have been able to walk that entire community without ever having to worry about one hair on his head being injured. But this goes to show you that even in places that you feel comfortable and safe, you just never know. The last RSO that thought it would be a good idea to move a quarter mile from me only stayed there for a minute, right? But that's another thing. A lot of people don't realize these people are moving into their communities. For this example, for the Wandras, they're hanging around a lot of really ugly people that do a lot of despicable things to a lot of young children, yet they have never been charged with these types of crimes. But it seems like the people that they're hanging out with have. So what are they doing with these people? You know, one person may have a brother, an aunt, an uncle that's been twice removed on the opposite side of the family that may be an RSO connected to the family, but at the end of the day, how many people are hanging out with 3 of them on a regular basis? Birds of a feather, absolutely. But this is devastating news as we're working through all the information and as we're investigating these people. More of this despicable stuff is going to come out, and it doesn't paint a very happy or bubbly picture for Michael or his family. So again, guys, let's just keep Brandy and Tyler's family and Michael's family in our prayers. Oh, Precious Chaos, we'll tell your son happy birthday. Because they're going to have to walk through a nightmare not many of us will ever, by the grace of God, ever have to walk through. But this family does. This family does. And if she gets mad at people, don't take it personally. She has every right to be mad. She has every right to scream. She has every right to hate people and to hate life at this moment. She has every right to feel whatever she needs to feel. She has every right to grieve the way she needs to grieve. And, if she wants to blame people, including Bullhorn Betty, but she's earned that right. I'm not going to take that away from her. If she needs somebody to beat on, I'm willing to be that punching bag for whatever they need. This family has been through hell and back, and they've been on a wild roller coaster for over a year and a half. And now everything's kind of coming to a head, and it's not ending the way everybody had hoped to. And not only that, but it's really ending it looks like it's going to take even an evil and ugly turn to find out what truly happened to this boy. And it's breaking my heart. It's breaking my heart. I can't imagine what this family is going through, but I can tell you, I want to rip the heads off of Stacy and Sarah. Literally rip their heads off. And there's not a whole lot we can do but sit here and support this family every way we can. It's horrific. What this family is going through is horrific. And there's nothing that any of us are going to do to be able to fix it. This is not a fixable situation. This is a permanent, lasting situation that's going to affect this family the rest of their life here on earth. It truly is. This is not something that they're going to get over. It's not something that's going to go away. This is literally going to plague them the rest of their life on earth. And that's something that people can never comprehend. And there is not enough tears in this world that's going to take that pain away from this family. And the things that are going to be coming out from this point forward are probably going to be pretty horrific and pretty graphic. And we have got to support this family every positive way we can. Now, many of you guys know that there is a website out there. The website is michaelvaughan.com. findmichaelvaughan.com. And they also have a Venmo account if you want to support this family. Can you look up Caesar's tattoo and jail info? I'm sure we could. I don't have his jail info. That's stuff I've been getting from third parties and other people here in this community. I'll have to do my own research, to find it, but I don't have that information, but we can definitely look up at tattoos on them. And, but at the end of the day, Brandy and the family is going to be going through something that only a few people that come on to these channels have gone through. We have a few that have gone through some horrific stuff. Connie Branch just lost her son just a few months ago. Granted, he was grown. It's not a child. And, a lot of people, there's a few people in here that have come up on panel and told us about their history with their own children's demise. And it's sad in the stuff that they have to go through. And these are things where their child, was hit by a car, killed by something or other, but not to this degree. This right here, what we're dealing with Michael, it's gonna be ugly, guys. It's gonna be ugly. I'm just trying to prepare you guys for what I feel is going to be coming out in this as this case starts progressing forward. And with hearing the people that this family, that the Wandras were hanging out with, is just making me sick to my stomach. It really is. So it's just, remember we make the world a better place when we start within our homes and start protecting and loving all children. They are our next generation of leaders. They are. And it seems like they're being snuffed out. And, in this particular situation, this family didn't do it. They've had a heavy cost to pay for their child to disappear and then to find out what truly happened to their son. This is not easy on this family. And for all those assholes out there that attack this family nonstop and continue to do so, shame on you. Shame on you. You need to stop. This family is going through something you can never comprehend, and you just need to stop. Let this family be. Let this family grieve. There is a lot of stuff that's going to be coming out, and it's not going to be pretty. And they've got a lot of emotions and pain that's going to come with what happened to their son. So if you guys see people beating this family up, stop them. I'm not into the, back and forth stuff, but, let's expose them. Let's shame them. This family has had enough. This family has had enough. And if you see people speaking ill of this family, shame them. Shame them. Because what they're doing is victim shaming. They are not the victim, and we will shame the hell out of them. But you are not going to sit and attack this family again. This family did nothing wrong. This family has lost their son. Law enforcement is now looking for his remains. The people in and around, the people that are being arrested, are horrific people that do terrible things to children. So we're not going to no longer accept these yahoos out here on the streets of YouTube to continue to batter this family. It's not fair to them. And if they're going to do this to this family, I want their names, and we are going to light their ass up. Again, let's pray for Michael and his family, his little sister, his older sister, his older brother, his grandfather, his aunts and uncles, his friends, the community, his parents. Enough's enough with the blame game. It's time to blame the people responsible for injuring and hurting Michael Monkey Vaughn. It's time to refocus your energy elsewhere. Leave this family alone. And for the love of God, if you were driving by this family's home and recording them, stop. Just stop. I can tell you that Brandy has been willing to meet with anybody and everybody that has gone out there to help look for Michael. You don't need to go and be sneaky and be a dickhead and try to stalk her and get photos and stuff like that. You can just, maybe not right at the moment, but you can just ask. If she says no, she says no. If she says yes, she says yes. But don't be stalking her. Don't be recording her. I mean, come on. This is a woman that is just finding out that her son might not be coming home. Show some freaking respect. Anyways, with that, guys, we're over 4 hours. Thank you for taking the time to spend with Bullhorn Betty today. This is a horrible, horrible case. Case is getting, we had so much hope that he's coming home. A lot of our hope is slowly being snuffed away with the new revelations in this case. And, sleuths will do what sleuths do. So I absolutely believe in the YouTube sleuths on here. There's going to be a lot of stuff coming out over the next few days from them. So keep an eye out. Keep your ears open. If anything is just, earth shattering, let me know. I mean, I'm in shock that this kind of, one person I can see, but now we've got a group of people that are RSOs hanging out on that side of the community. That bothers me. Has anyone else been arrested? We don't know, because you got to remember, these people were arrested on unrelated charges to Michael. They were able to keep a lot of this under wrap. Like I said, Police Chief Huff really has his shit together. I mean, in all respects, he's got his stuff together. They were able to keep a lot of this under wraps with these low-hanging fruit charges that were unconnected with this little boy. They were able to keep these people behind jail. This is how you do it, folks. This is exactly what I was talking about when I was talking about Chatham County and how they're doing it wrong. They're doing it wrong. And when I say they're doing it wrong, I mean that they're doing it freaking wrong. They don't know what the hell they are doing. This is a prime example of everything that I have been talking about here on the streets of YouTube and handling these investigations, and how people should be going to jail for unrelated charges, and how they should be getting bad people off the streets. This is how it's done. And nobody knew a damn thing about these Wandras, because the police chief knew what the hell he was doing. He knew how not to rock the boat. He knew how to keep things under wrap. He knew how to keep it out of the purview of sleuths and things of that. He did this the right way. In this world, we have laws that govern us. They govern freedom of the press. They govern First Amendment rights. They govern a lot of stuff. We have our Bill of Rights, our Constitution, all these different things that protect people and the press. It's up to law enforcement to work around that and find a way and a method that works best for them and respect all the laws. This is what I'm talking about. Police Chief Huff did that. He did that. He was able to work around everything. I'm sure it wasn't easy, but he did it beautifully. And again, his department from the Bullhorn Betty channel gets an A+. Huff is a role model. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, again, even with the A+, did they make some mistakes? Yes, they did. The biggest mistake so far was not informing Brandy. That was just wrong. And I'm sure it was just an oversight. I think it was a right hand, left hand issue. I don't think they intentionally did this to Brandy by any stretch of the imagination. I think this is a situation where one person thought she was contacted and the other person thought that she was contacted and she just never got contacted. That's truly what I believe may have happened, because I don't believe that they would have dropped the ball like this. I mean, they seem pretty good at what they're doing and very focused and very driven to try to find the answers. And I just think this was a right hand, left hand issue, and Brandy was caught in the crossfires, and that's truly a shame. But at the end of the day, still, this police department is doing everything that they're supposed to be doing, and they're doing it correctly. So you guys always say I'm always complaining about law enforcement on the Bullhorn Betty channel, but I'm a law and order type of person. And yeah, I expect things to be done and done a specific way, because that's what their policies and procedures dictate. So when people get off that, or start making up charges, or start just throwing people in jail because they want to throw people in jail, I have a problem with that. That's not what we dealt with here in Idaho. It's not what we dealt with. And again, you know, Brandy is a beautiful person inside and out, and she's been dealing with a lot of horrible things here, and something a parent should never have to deal with. So again, let's just keep the entire family and that entire community in our prayers, because this did happen to this family, but this also shocked the security of everybody in that community, because everybody in that community thought their community was as safe could get. And that's pretty scary when you're living in a community with children and you're seeing young girls running up to a Ring doorbell camera for Stacy. That concerns me. And I wonder how many others. Brady offered to help Summer's case, actually. Yeah, they probably didn't, because, you know, they're so pompous out there in Hawkins County. They know what they're doing. That's why we have no movement on this case in almost 2 years. I think we need to have I think for Summer Wells' case, we're going to have a major protest and a major push for the state of Tennessee to take over the investigation of this case. Hawkins County is too corrupt and has too little money to be handling a case like this. And guys, this is what I'm finding out. These areas that these cases are going in that are falling short, you know what their main problem is? Financial. They don't have enough money to run the investigation properly. That is the reality of our country. And if you don't believe that, you look at rich areas, they solve cases like this. You look at these poor areas, it ain't happening. They're broke. Exactly. They are broke. So Mama Bullhorn, I see that you're still in the chat. I just want to tell you, I'm going to call you when I get off here, because I may postpone till tomorrow. I hope you don't have your roast out today, but you probably do. It's probably thawed out, but I'll order you a pizza if I can wait until tomorrow. I got to call Miss Laura and tell her the same thing. I'm just tired. I really am. I haven't been sleeping well at night. These cases have just been weighing on me a lot. And some of the stuff, you know, I went right from Kylie Rodney's case, which, like I said, I never really recovered from her case. And some of the stuff that I had to watch and understand was something nobody should ever have to see. And then, you know, you go from that to Quentin Simon and all that went on there. And then now we're back to, and we were out at Michael Monkey Vaughn's before we started doing Kylie Rodney or Quentin's. And now we're back to Michael Monkey Vaughn's case. And this whole thing has just exploded, and it's not looking good. Like, we wanted it to explode in the right ways. You know, we did pray. I have to say, you know, the power of prayer. We prayed that this boy would come home by Christmas. We all did. We were just hoping he would come home happy and healthy. But you know what? Our prayers worked. Our prayers worked. Within 24 hours, we started getting movement on this case. I believe in the power of prayer. I really do. That's easy tool. Says, I'm sure Mama Bullhorn's very disappointed. Maybe I'll just end up having to go over to Mama Bullhorn's house. I can fall asleep. I'm drinking coffee. I don't know why I'm so bleh. It's just some of the stuff just stresses you out and strains you. Pebbles. Who's timing out? Is there somebody being timed out here? Because it should be if my people, there should be no reason why anybody that is a subscriber here, unless they were gifted a membership and are actually a troll, should ever be hidden or whatever. We've made some modifications on mods. The people that weren't wanting or willing to go over to our Facebook community group, our mod squad group, they are no longer having the wrench. That is a required. If you want to be a mod on here, one of the requirements is you must be part of the mod squad Facebook group, or the chat, the messenger group. You must be part of that. If you are unwilling to be part of that, don't ask to be a moderator here, because you are required to be a part of that group. And if you don't want to have people have access to your Facebook and your photos and, be part of the, be a member of that, of the Bullhorn Betty Facebook group, then I can't have you mod. So that's it's a requirement. And again, this is not something that I came up with. This is all ran. This show is ran by the community, for the community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't have a Facebook. Okay, well, set one up. Make a fake one. I mean, make a fake name, I should say, on a Facebook. But you guys just need to be part of the Mod Squad chat room, because that we have some issues going on in there that we are able to speak to everybody all at once, instead of having to try to tell this person that, this person that, this person that, whenever there are instructions on how to handle the mod responsibilities in the chat room. You're given clear instructions. If you have issues with something going on, during a live, you can go into that mod squad and type it in and get help with how to handle a certain situation, so that all the mods are conducting themselves exactly the same from one mod to another mod. You don't have, we like I always talk about applying the law equally, right? Well, if all the mods are trained well, they should be applied. Doesn't matter what mod you're dealing with. You should be treated the same from mod to mod, and that's what we cultivate here. So there's no, bias, or this mod doesn't like this person, so they're blocking this person. We don't do that here. If you're an asshole, we treat you like an asshole. I'll put my dollar in the custer, I promise. But you act like that, we'll treat you like that. You act nice and sweet, we'll treat you nice and sweet. I don't care if you oppose me. It makes for great debate. It makes for great debate, makes for great conversation. So I don't really care. I don't care that you agree with. I don't want people to agree with me 100% of the time. That's kind of stupid. Like, how boring is that? If everybody thought the same exact way, we would never even be interested in what anybody had to say, because we all have the same opinion. We like the differencing. We like to differentiate between one opinion to another. We like to have the opposition, because it helps us with speculation and other things, and people are like, oh, you can't speculate. Well, speculation has led to a lot, and I say a lot of fact. As what was it, Don Live, I can't remember what his name was. I haven't seen him here in a while, but can I message you, Sonia, nicely? Yes, you can message her. Okay, it's Facebook. Okay, what does it say? His Facebook page is your name. It's Bullhorn Betty, but the one I need you. Oh, well, yeah, I guess you're going to have to be friends with me for me to add you to the Facebook group. But we want you to, it's Bullhorn Betty is my actual thing. You got to ask to be my friend, and put it on. If you haven't made up a Facebook page, just put Pebbles on it so I know who you are. Since you got to make up a name anyways, you can just use Pebble. And then I'll add you to, and then I need you to join you don't have to join the Bullhorn Betty True Crime channel. You don't have to do our group. You don't have to do that. I just need you to add it to the Mod Squad chat, because that's where we deal with everything on here. I don't even monitor it during the day. I forget while I'm on here. So that felt like good rules. And yes, not everyone gets along. Exactly. That's why if everybody's trained the same way, it's applied across the board, and we don't have any problems. I find that this is the easiest way to deal with it. And if they can't figure it out themselves, If they can't figure it out themselves, then they'll tag me and it'll be like, okay, well, I would suggest doing it this way, so no big deal. I think everybody so far gets along on here. We, recently lost 2 moderators. We've gotten a few other moderators on here. So I'm sure we're going to be, as we're growing, I mean, we're consistently holding about 1,000 people in these lives at any given live. So I just don't want my mods being overworked is all it is. So if you're interested, reach out to one of the mods, let them know you're interested in it. I don't know what they do, but they vet you guys pretty damn good. So if you got any skeletons in your closet, run! No, I'm just joking. Anyways, guys, you take care. Thank you for spending some time with me. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And please, 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 by all means, please keep Michael Monkey Vaughn's family and friends in your prayer. Also, if you are considering donation to the family, there is an attorney or an accountant that's handling the funds, so we don't have to worry about any of the nonsense that goes on or any of the lies on YouTube, blah, 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 blah. It's the Venmo is Monkey Family Trust. Am I right? Yeah, Monkey Family Trust. Make sure it's spelt right. It's the @ symbol, Monkey, MONKEY, family, FAMILY, trust, TRUST. Monkey Family Trust. That is and make sure it is spelled correctly. I heard that there are people that are setting up GoFundMe accounts or Venmo accounts with the name spelt wrong, with an extra Y, an extra I, an extra E, something like that to deprive this family of their funds. Now, mind you, the family is broken. The family isn't working very much. The family does need financial resources, not only just financial resources. We all know that they live at 911 Southwest 9th Avenue. Maybe sponsor a meal for this family. A meal, a decent meal. I wouldn't just start flooding them with food or anything like that. But, if you know somebody that knows the family, ask them if they would like a meal. Those are the things people forget. When you're dealing with all this stuff, it's simple things like cleaning your house, washing your clothes, cooking a meal that goes to the wayside, right? Those are the things that go to a wayside. Those are the things that this family can't function or do themselves. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. I don't know. But it is a thought. It is a thought. Again, Monkey Family Trust. That is the correct. Thank you, April C. That is the correct. I guess link, hashed, whatever the handle. There we go. I can't speak. Handle. So please, guys, if you would like to support this family, they're not monsters. They're not a Billy Joe. They're not a Leilani. They're not a Donald Wells. They're not a Candace Wells. People threw thousands upon thousands of dollars at those despicable people. Meanwhile, this family is getting the worst news of their life, and they need our support. So if you guys find it in your heart, if you pray for it, if you're compelled to help, please do so. That is Monkey Family Trust on Venmo. Monkey Family Trust on Venmo. There you go. Again, guys, have a great day. Good day.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.